Hello, hello. What is up, everybody? Do a little Karen Reed tonight. Happy Easter, everybody. Oh my God, I just screamed. Just screamed. How's everybody's Easter? Real quick. Let's talk about the case, please. Well, I guess we haven't started yet, but dang it. How's everybody doing? Hey, Casey, Sarah. You're the only two in the chat? Oh, wait, we got Jen Lee, Geraldine, Cuff You, Osane, Thomas, Melissa, Lavender. I don't know why I'm saying that like that. I'll chill out. Anyway, how's everybody doing? Okay, I have a question though, because it depends on maybe some videos I play. Is there anybody in this chat that isn't familiar with this case that would need because there's this video and I'm debating if I want to play it. It's 30 minutes and it's supposed to be like a timeline of the case. It goes through the trial and it goes through not the whole trial, but it goes through the important highlights of last year's trial and stuff like that. So I don't know if I should do that. I mean, I'll probably play it sometime in this video, but if there's a lot of people that aren't familiar with it, maybe I should play it at the beginning. I don't know. You're from Massachusetts, Vanity? Oh, shoot. Do you know this case? I mean, this is your home. No, pass out. I'll say no. We need you. Debbie. So this case is pretty important and it's really interesting because there is a lot of people that think she's innocent, including me. Now, even if here's the thing, how I feel like even if she did hit him, I don't feel like it's murder. Like it would, if she did, I would say it was an accident. I don't think she intentionally tried to hurt him. So I mean, there is still questions I have about it. I'm leaning more towards innocent, but there are still some questions I have, like some things that don't make sense, but there's things that don't make sense on both sides, But so she is being charged. Actually, I want to see officially what her charges are real quick. I'll just do like a quick little summary and then maybe I will play that video, but I might not play it right this second. I'll play it more when I need like a break, it'll get like if I need to go get like a refill or something because it's like long enough where it gives me time to go get whatever I need. Okay, so she's being charged. Now remember, this is her second trial. The other one was a mistrial because they couldn't unanimously come to an agreement. So she is charged in January 2022 for murder of her boyfriend, John O'Keefe. So it's second-degree murder, vehicular manslaughter while intoxicated, and leaving the scene of a collision resulting in death. So there's 3 charges. So the second-degree murder charge could carry a life sentence. I mean, she could potentially get life, right? Well, let me see, because there's different states. I remember we were looking up the second degree in Florida. I mean, she could, yeah, but I want to see what else she could get. Hold on, second degree murder charge in. Now, I wonder if I should go by county or a do the state. Okay, so hold on, let me see. She could get oh, that's involuntary, second degree. Life with parole after 15 to 25 years. Mandatory sentence? Wait a minute. That's look, I didn't think wow. Interesting. I didn't think that. Hold on, let me put these on because we're going to be playing some videos and you know what? I'm going to just use my other ones because mandatory. That's crazy. All right, let me share the screen. All right, hold on. Look, I put in Massachusetts. It says all the different ones because If anything, one of the charges up there should be involuntary manslaughter, which originally they charged her with that, like when it originally happened, and then they upcharged her to second degree murder. So originally, yeah, they brought her in involuntary, and then she made bail, and then she come knocking on the door again with a warrant for second degree murder. Upcharged her, which is crazy. But look, this says life with parole after 15 to 25 years, which I guess, she would get parole and then she could get out anyway. So I guess you could look at it like 15, 25. They want to see how you're doing. But like I think Florida's was what, 20 to life or whatever. There wasn't a mandatory life sentence. I'm glad I looked that up because wow. So if she gets like that'll be a mandatory if she gets found guilty? Is that right? Do we have any lawyers in the house? Wow. That's whew. So her life is on the line here. Holy mackerel. Oh, thanks, Sarah. Oh my lord, light. Kez chick. Um, hi Debbie, Debbie Davy. Oh my lord. Okay. Charge phone. I won't be texting. I'm just gonna put this over. I'm gonna put it over here so I can still see it, but I won't be. Okay, so wow, that's interesting. So those of you, let me share a couple pictures for those of you that aren't familiar with the case. And then wait, where's my Karen Reed? I want to actually I was going through some like documents. Dude, I know I have two old documents and I know the one's old, but it is so interesting. It's this document from I think it's like dated 2024. But it goes through like I don't know, some interesting stuff. I almost want to read it to you guys. But then I know when I'm reading it, you'll have those people coming in. This is old. This is old. I hate when they do that. It's like, yeah, a lot of the time stuff's old when we get this case is old. This case happened 3 years ago. So you know what I'm saying? It's like duh. But I don't know why that bugs me so much. Thank you, Cuff You. Thank you so much. Wait, she zapped Karen Reed? What do you mean, Asane? She zapped Karen? Oh, I watched a lot of it now. I watched a lot of it. Not all of it, but I would say I probably well, I know it was on for a couple months. So, but I mean, I feel like I watched these last few weeks. I've been watching like testimonies and stuff. So I have watched quite a bit of it already, Vanity. So don't I'm pretty getting familiar with it. No, I will read it, but I'm going to do that in a little bit. Just give me a 1 minute to cuff you because I wanted to go over. Hold on. A little bit of few pics. I was watching this I don't know what I think there's some documentary or video and they had some good pics of them two together that I was like, "Oh, so I screenshot I screenshot them." But her and John together. And then of course, we have the pieces. Oh wait, let's skip that. This which so here's the thing. Definitely there was some shadiness, planning of evidence. I think that is without a question. Like I almost think I totally believe that Proctor planted those pieces. But sometimes, here's the thing though, sometimes they do that and it still doesn't make the person innocent. They just do it to make it they don't have a strong enough case or whatever. Now I'm not saying that is with this case, but I'm just saying so it happens sometimes even when the person is guilty, but like I said, I am fighting for her to be found not guilty. As of right now, I want her to be found not guilty. Um, but so yeah, this is the pieces of her tail light. So basically it was a snowy night. They were out drinking. Here's a picture from the bar actually. They're out drinking. They went to a couple bars and there was going to be like some people a few I don't even I wouldn't call it a party, but there was going to be some people hanging out at this Albert's house. So they drove over. Karen drove with John. Karen drove John over. Karen says that she dropped him off, or no, didn't drop it off. She told him to go check it out because it didn't look like there was really much going on. So go check it out and then let me know if it's cool because she felt I guess she felt weird just going in. She wanted to make sure that, it was going on and she was welcome and that, they were there. And so she said he went in and he never came back out. So she started getting mad. She called him, what, like 57 times, started getting mad. Like, why isn't he coming out? Why didn't he freaking come tell me to come in? Whatever. So she goes home, sleeps on the couch, waits for him at like 4 in the morning, wakes up, he's not there. So she calls the one of the girls that was there that night and says she can't find him, Jen McCabe. They go looking for him. They go back to the house and he's sitting out in the front lawn with some weird injuries. And supposedly they said that she hit him with her car, like the back, her taillights broke. So her taillight was cracked when they went and found him, but she went through the Ring doorbell and found out that she had hit his car when backing up right before she went to pick up Jen to look for him. So that's why it was cracked. So the story is, or I mean, I think it's true. They saw that it was cracked, so they used that, and then with his type of injuries, I mean, a little crack isn't gonna sell. You know what I'm saying? So I think that Proctor took pieces of her tail light and planted them out there in the scene. But yeah, so he was out in the front yard, freaking dead out in the front yard, right here, like around like what, right here on this area. So they said they're trying to say she backed into him and he died. He had like blunt force trauma to the back of his head. He had these bites, or I said bites because I think they are dog bites. And it's like her defense is saying there's no way that came from being hit by a car. And even people that have seen people hit by cars saying, no, that's not typical what you would see for somebody getting hit by a car. That looks like a freaking dog bite or something. So they think that he got in a fight when he was over there, baby. And got in a fight when he was over there, and they had a dog, and maybe the dog jumped in, or I mean, maybe the dog attacked him first and hurt him really bad, and he fell back and hit his head, and they didn't know what to do, or maybe they were just messing around. Like, I don't know. They couldn't even been play fighting or fighting. Who knows? Maybe he fell back and hit his head because he had this like cut on his head and blunt force trauma on the back of his head. And maybe the dogs jump in when there's two people going at it, especially if it was their owner, and he could have like bit his arm. I don't know. Doesn't look like being hit by a car. So that's one of the big things where it's just like, that can't be. Something else had to happen to him, because how did he get those freaking marks on his arm? How does that make sense? Here's a couple more pics of them. So he died. That's John, and then obviously she's the one on trial, Karen. If you guys aren't familiar, what's this one? Albert family registers ownership. Oh, here, Chloe, that's the dog. So it was a German Shepherd. And then it says suffers animal and scratch puncture wounds, unexplained by prosecution. And then they collected evidence in these red cups. Oh my God. Like, the ones you play, like, usually you see like beer pong or parties. I mean, that's what they use for the evidence. So here we go. So they mirrored that video too, where they had her car to inspect her car. They freaking mirrored it where it looked like her taillight was in view the whole time, and they were showing, look, nobody messed with it this whole time. It was on the other side. And it looks like Proctor could have been on the other side doing something, because I guess you could see like his head or hat or something. Ever find this Lady Gilsey? Like bending down over there. He was on the other side for a little bit. It looked like he was kind of like bending down doing something. I think he freaking broke off pieces and then put him, because that night they used a freaking like leaf blower, snow blower, whatever, and they were looking and these pieces weren't there, and then all of a sudden the next day, or I don't know, was it the next day, guys? or like a couple days after. But now there was a bunch of these pieces all over from her tail light. Um, anyway, and then look at this that I found. This is kind of interesting. I didn't go through it. Um, I just kind of skimmed through it real quick. Hold on. One second. Where did I just go? Oh, here it is. This is kind of interesting. This article. It's called Karen Reed Trial and Photos. So, whoa. Hold on a second. I just lost my. Here it is. Biased, yeah. What? I'm on a live. What the heck? Stop. Oh shoot. I didn't mean to go put that over. Oh my god. Hold on a second. I don't even know who I had up there. Hold on. Hold on a second. Somebody freaking keep calling. What the heck? It's distracting. Please. I don't even know who. Oh, that's Shirley. Oh, I'm glad that's all that was, is a lawyer up. Okay, good. Okay, hold on. Wait. Okay, you guys could see me, right? What is going on right now? Dude, my freaking. Sorry, my phone just kept ringing over and over and over and over. Freaking distracted me. Sorry. Now I'm like all distracted. Dang it. You can't see me? Usually it freaking doesn't come like make a freaking sound, of course, when I don't want it to make a sound. Oh my lord. Okay. So dang it. Wow. It's ruined my life. Okay. Yeah, that's a good question. You know what? I'm going to do a poll, Laura. That is good question. Hold on. And then we'll go through these. It's like Karen Reed Trial and Photos. It goes through like different, I don't know. I think it's kind of interesting. We could go through it real quick, but I am going to read you that document, Cuff. You don't worry. It's really interesting. I didn't get to read it all. I was just kind of skimming through it. I'm like, whoa, this could be really, even though it is old, I mean, like a year old. I'm going to do a poll though, real quick. What do you guys think? I mean, make sure. My lordy. Okay, so let me do this poll really quick. So should I just put like, do you think? Start a poll. I just put, do you think she's guilty? I'll just do it. I'll keep it pretty broad real quick, okay? All right. No, because I thought maybe there was an issue. That's why I'm that's why I was saying it. The phone was ringing, so I was like, "Oh, is there some kind of issue or something?" It wouldn't stop. So, okay. I'm glad you could see me. That's why I was wondering what the heck was going on. Okay. So Karen Reed trial and photos. Karen Reed inside court. She embraces her parents after a mistrial is declared in her murder trial. Pat Greenhouse. Okay. And who's this? Nancy Lane. She gets a hug during closing arguments in her murder trial at Norfolk. Reed is accused of backing her SUV into her Boston police officer boyfriend, John O'Keefe, and leaving him to die in a blizzard in Canton in 2022. It's weird because I live in Canton, but it's Ohio. And then this is the victim's parents. Says John O'Keefe's mother cries in court as a mistrial is declared in the murder trial of Karen Reed. And then we have parents of Boston police officer. Oh yeah, these are parents. Okay, let's see what else we got. Supporters, her legal team, her family, and her Norfolk County Superior Court. The second day of jury. Oh, here's defense attorney Alan Jackson in the orange tie at the podium speaks after a mistrial was declared in the case of his client, who is standing to the right. July 1st, 2024. Then we have a flow chart by the defense relate to testing of glass fragments found at the scene. Day 20 of the Karen Reed murder trial. Vanity, that's what I need to watch. Now I'm left to some of these testimonies, like some of the more what do you call it? Like I want what do you call it? More technical type ones. I have to go through that. Some of those. That's my next thing. But maybe I should just wait now for the new trial. And then we have this is the house, sits with her attorney. Sorry, I don't know. Maybe this isn't that. Oh, yeah, look, there's the photo of the sneaker. So one of his shoes they found the next day. And they said, oh, because it's typical when people that get hit by cars, their shoes fall off. So that was like, okay. Then here's her car. And supposedly it was just like a crack before he freaking took pieces of it. You're telling me that just a crack, that's all it's going to do to your car if you hit. I mean, John was a big guy, right? Like, I mean, he was tall and he was, like you hit him hard enough where he freaking has blunt force trauma and goes flying how many feet, supposedly, what they say. I mean, I'm pretty sure there would be more damage than that. I mean, I don't know. I'm not a expert in that, but Proctor obviously thought that too for him to freaking have, because I mean, I should say, allegedly take pieces and plan them. It's just my opinion. I mean, I feel like a lot of people have that opinion too. Her with her lawyers. About a timeline on Allison McCabe's phone. That's Jen's daughter, right? There's them at the bar. And then here is when they walk into the other bar, right? Oh, that's what's his name? Yeah, Brian Higgins and Brian Albert. So she was kind of flirting with this other guy, Higgins. Like, texting, flirting with him like that week prior, right? And so he was there too. And he was at the house that John was at, that they think it all happened at. So what if some people think, I mean, what if he got like jealous? He was wanting to fight him. I mean, I don't know. Who knows? This is that next morning when they go and they find him. And this is the body cam or the dash cam from the cop car. I think that's probably Karen right there, right? Snowing like crazy. All right. So here's the house. Here's the piece. How do they miss these big pieces? That's what I want to know. I mean, you miss them the first time when you're like going through them pretty good. Wait, what does that say? Okay. And then here's the blood samples were taken. Very official. I mean, I kind of get it. They said that's sometimes that's all they had. It was a blizzard. That was all they had at hand. So it was either don't try to preserve the scene and get stuff, or they didn't have anything, but maybe they should carry some stuff in their car or something. Somebody should have been there that had that stuff, right? I mean, if it's gonna be like a homicide, then wouldn't you call somebody that would be equipped to have it, you would think. But I think maybe because the weather was gonna contaminate it by the time somebody would get there. I mean, I kinda get it, but it just doesn't look good. It really doesn't. So yeah, this is supposedly what do you guys think? From getting hit by a car? Or do these look like a dog? He's a biomechanic engineer. Was he for the defense or not? Here's her. This is where her car was. Okay, here. I'm glad they have a picture of it. So this was where they took her car, right? And they towed it. And they mirrored it. So they kind of like inverted it, right? Or mirrored it where everything was opposite. So you would think that this would be the tail light that was cracked, right? So like they show it in court saying, like, look, nobody touches that tail light. Look. It's in the camera's view the whole time. And then the defense figures out that it's mirrored. So really the suspicious taillight is on the other side. And Proctor was over there doing something, ducking down at one point. So it's like, if you don't have anything to hide, why would you like mirror that? Or not, at least if you do, like be honest about it, if that's the way it supposedly just comes or something, like be honest and don't be like, look, it's just that part right there is crazy. Um, and then here is his shirt. Wait, his clothes. Okay. State police on the witness stand. Here's her lawyer. He's really good. He really is. Alan Jackson. Here's our other lawyer, Yannetti. She has a good team of lawyers. She would probably have lost if she didn't. Here's the Higgins guy that I was talking about. He's the guy they were kind of flirting, and he was at the house that night. So all right, so I'll read that document because it's pretty interesting. Oh, I have some videos to play too, though. I wanted to play. Hold on. Who's this? Carrie Roberts. She was the other person. Isn't she the one that called the 911, right? And she's the girl that was with Karen. Well, that Karen called, right, to go help her find John, her and Jen McCabe. Oh, this is another crazy thing, guys. This is at 2:27, that Jen McCabe that was at the party Googled "house long to die in the cold." So at 2:27 would be before they even knew that John was missing, supposedly, right? Because Karen would have been at John's house sleeping or trying to sleep on the couch. Nobody supposedly would have known that he was out there. If Karen really did hit him, why would she be Googling that, right? So they brought in an expert saying that. So Karen had an expert saying, no, this is the time that it happened, because they brought in an expert that said that wasn't the time because she had that tab up at 2:27, right? So she had that tab up looking up other stuff. And then when Karen asked her after they found John at like 6 in the morning or wherever, she's like, Google how long it takes to die in the cold, after they knew that they found him. So they knew. And she said that Karen asked her to Google it, right? Because there was one at 6:23. So she's claiming that this one too is at 6:23. So then why didn't they both show up that? I guess, they're arguing that one was on that tab that she pulled up at 2:27, and the other one must have been on a different tab. So I guess their witness would say that there'd be two tabs, right? One, she pulled up early and then just used that same tab to Google it at around 6 in the morning when Karen asked her. And then this one would have she would have got a new tab that time. I don't know. It's weird. It really is. That's Jen McCabe. That is who who Googled it. She was at the party. Whoa. They got some good pictures of her. Holy mackerel. Okay, so this is the son of the people who lived in that house. And this was like not that long after that party. And the defense used this because they pointed out, look at his knuckles, like he got in a fight. Because I guess the rumor is like maybe he likes to fight, they say, or something. So they think, what if he like got in a fight with John or something? And then the dog would protect him because he lives there, right? Or that's his parents. Does he live there or not? I think they all live there, don't they? Or no, I don't know. But he would know him, you know what I'm saying? So like, what if they're fighting and then the dog jumps in the middle and then attacks John? And then not to obviously I don't think they meant to kill him. What if he just like fell back and hit his head or something on something and it was an accident? But then they just cover it up, drag him outside, figure, hey, they've gotten away with other stuff. They're call cops. They could get away with it, you know? And then, which, let me see, what is this? Let me see what this says. A screenshot of text messages between witnesses in the Karen Rain murder trial calling Albert and Allison McCabe. Okay, so this would be that guy, right? The people that live there, son, and then Jen McCabe's son, the one that Googled how long to die in the cold, her. So let's see what it says. Oh my God, Annan, I don't know. Haha, Mikey's making me Shogun, sorry. You can get me now if easier. Okay, I'm driving people home now. Word, get me after KK here. Okay, on Zoom. Are you going to Will's? Let's go. It's your birthday. We are drinking. This is the guy that lived there. Oh, that's another thing. He didn't even come out to see what was going on in his own yard. Cop, freaking all bunch of cops out there. Doesn't even come out. Says he just slept. He slept through it. That's good. I mean, what? No, there's no way. You just slept through that when you have all these cop cars, ambulances, everything out in front of your house. There's no way. Okay, and then this. Chris Albert at a campaign. I don't know. Here's some people, free Karen Ream. Okay, I just thought there's the judge. The fan. Oh my God, that fan is crazy. The fan. You know when like trials they'll like pan over when they're on break or something. They have that fan that they go to. She's got a lot of people that are, supporting her. Okay. Let's here's that Aiden Kearney, second from right, listens from the press bench during Karen Reed's trial. So he's that one that, yeah, he's got like a lot of people, into this case, I guess. And I think he's in this document where it might explain his part a little bit. Okay. Sorry, I feel like I'm boring you guys, but all right. So let's I know, hold on guys. I'm going to play a video and then I'm going to get that document ready. feel like I'm oh, I'm boring. I'm very distracted. My phone won't quit ringing, so I just had to turn it off. I'm working on a live. You can't talk on the phone while you're on a live. Okay, so let me do this one's interesting. Here we go. Tell me. Oh.
Up for the Karen.
Can you guys hear this? Let me know if you guys could hear this. Oh.
Reed murder trial, the sequel. This after her first trial ended in a hung jury last summer. Reed and her defense team attended a final hearing today, and with the bad taste of last year's mistrial still in the attorneys' mouths, the arguments over the witnesses and the evidence got very heated today.
We provided the discovery pursuant to the orders so that they would be held to the same standard. It's not an aberration. This is a continued pattern from the last trial.
Nobody's been dragging their feet. There is no ambush. This feigned indignation is just not consistent with the facts, Your Honor.
46-year-old Karen Reed is accused of killing her boyfriend, who was a Boston police officer named John O'Keefe, back in 2022. She allegedly, according to the prosecutors, hit him with her SUV and then left him to die in the cold. The charges are serious and salacious, but the defense is just as sensational. It's built around claims of police corruption and cover-up. Karen Reed, who's been described as America's happiest murder defendant, told our own Caitlin Becker today that she'll be ready for round two when the opening statements begin next Tuesday.
Do you feel different this time around versus last time?
I feel a little more tired, but I feel strong. I feel stronger every day.
For thoughts on the trial this second time around, let's go to my guest, Ronnie Stanislaw. He was a juror on Karen Reed's first trial. Ronnie, thanks so much for being here. So you believe Karen Reed is innocent of these charges. Why?
We just didn't have enough of the facts. The facts that were provided to us in the testimony clearly indicated that if there was reasonable doubt, or it was clear that she was not guilty of certain charges.
So the first trial ended in a mistrial with a, quote, starkly divided jury. What was going on in that jury room?
The issue that we encountered is that we did not understand the charge, which was to deal with each individual charge separately, as opposed to looking at all three charges as a whole. So what we were convinced on is that the first charge, which is essentially second-degree murder, as well as the third charge, which was leaving the scene of an accident, we voted on, but we did not sign the document. And the only one that we were debating a lot on and deliberated for several days on was the second charge, which was involuntary manslaughter.
So basically, you're telling me that some of your jurors on the jury that you were on thought she was guilty of manslaughter and others didn't.
That's correct. And that's the one that we deliberated on for several days. But the other two charges we were very clear on. I'm not guilty.
So you don't think she's guilty of manslaughter, correct?
Correct. I do not believe that she's guilty of manslaughter.
And you're a paramedic. What did you make of the injuries that Officer O'Keefe suffered? Did the prosecution's case make sense to you that Karen Reed hit him with her car and then left him to die in the snow?
It did not. The injuries were inconsistent with a pedestrian struck, as well as the damage to the vehicle was inconsistent to the severity of the injuries that he sustained, and there was a reasonable doubt that was created. Therefore, it was clear to me that she was not guilty based on the evidence that we were provided.
So for you, the injuries didn't add up. The evidence didn't point to her being the one who killed him. I want to ask you something, Ronnie, because you were in court every day with her in this first trial, obviously. Karen Reed herself has come under a lot of criticism for the way she acted during her first trial and for doing this documentary on Netflix. She smiles a lot. That's why she's been called the world's happiest murder defendant. Take a look at this clip from this documentary that just came out.
You're tired of it. You spent so much.
No, I
know
just,
I have to
no,
ask it.
I'm not tired of it. I hate answering it because I feel like I'm being so scrutinized. Like, did she blink 3 times or twice? And did she like smirk or look to the right or down and up and left and whatever? And like, it just feels so fake, even though it's true. I rather like explain everything else. And like, I did not hit John with my car. Like, I can't make it sincere enough.
What do you make of this criticism of her? And do you buy into it? Do you find her a little cavalier about this whole thing?
I believe we're all human and we are all emotional, and therefore we can have some emotions and some expressions. I think it's hard, even for us as jurors, it was hard for us to actually have that poker face and have no expression, given the testimony and given some of the witnesses.
But you didn't find her distracting or inappropriate in court?
No, I think to me, she was a defendant and we were looking at the evidence that was provided to us.
Super quick, you think the second jury is going to be a hung jury too? Why?
I honestly think that we did our due diligence as a jury, and we couldn't get consensus with 12 individuals. I can't imagine that they would, unless there's any kind of changes with the evidence or information. I believe that they're going to come up with the same conclusions that we did.
Wow, that would be quite a thing to have not one but 2 mistrials. Ronnie Stanislaw, thank you so much. It's a very closely watched murder trial set to start next week. Jury selection just finished just now. It's going to be quite a trial. Thank you.
Thanks so much for watching. Go to joinnn.com.
Oh wow. Okay, hey, Chloe, we do need to talk. I gotta hear what you think. See, I think she's innocent. Now I'm debating whether or not I think if she hit him by accident, like I don't think she's guilty of murder, but I'm still not 100% sold that she didn't hit him on accident. I don't think she hit him purposely to kill him. So I mean, that's just my opinion. But that's what I'm kind of trying to figure out. That's what I can't. There's just things that like certain things. It's like, how did they get all these people to collude from different agencies? You know what I'm saying? And not any of them break or cave. That's one thing. Another thing that I was thinking of the other day is she said she didn't really feel comfortable going in the house because she didn't really know anybody or something. She just felt like weird, like make sure I'm okay. But then the person she calls at like 4 or 5 in the morning is Jen. That's one of the people she calls that was at the party. So if she's that comfortable to call her, why wouldn't she be comfortable enough to go into the house when she knows Jen was there? So that part, I know that's something silly, but that was something kind of struck me like, wait, hold on a second. You must be pretty comfortable with her because you called her in the middle of the night or really early in the morning, to help you find her. But I'm still not like for second degree murder. No, that I do not think. That's maybe like involuntary manslaughter, but I'm still trying to figure out if she really hit him with the car. Question then, Keiko, how do you freaking the injuries? Those don't look like that's from a car hit. How do you explain that? Do you think it's from a car? Anyway, I don't mean to put you on the spot. I'm just curious because I respect your opinion and I just curious of what your thoughts are. Oh my Lord. Because she knew she was at the... No, I mean, I know why she called him, but if she felt comfortable enough to call her, why didn't she feel comfortable enough to go into the party? You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying here's the thing with me, even though I do think, she's not guilty of murder and stuff. I do like to just bring up points. So if you guys hear me like bring up the other side of questions, I'm always going to like bring up, what do you call it? Like, what do you call that when you do that? I have to, because I mean, it helps me form a better opinion on everything. So so yeah, I'm not saying, I mean, obviously you heard that I don't think she's guilty of second degree murder. And I'm not convinced that she even hit him with the car, but of course, I'm sure everybody has some questions that it's not like so perfectly clear cut. Another thing that doesn't make sense on that side. There's a ton that don't make sense on the other side. Trust me. Chrissy, or who am I trying to talk to? Any devil's advocate. Yeah. But still are some things from this side that don't make sense too. So it's like if they were trying to cover this up, okay, there's a murder, why put him right out in the front of your yard? You know what I'm saying? I mean, I guess maybe to make it look like somebody hit him with a car. Yeah, I guess never mind, because you would want him in the front of the yard. So if they really had that in mind, okay, they were really able to think that, okay, something happened inside, and then they're like, okay, what do we do? Let's put him out in the front. Maybe it'll look like maybe he got hit by a car. Maybe that's why out in the front, but you think they would have put him more in the road, or like more closer to the road. But so that's another thing that it's a little odd. But trust me, there's a ton of things that are odd the other way around. So don't think that I'm not seeing that too. I see that. There's more that way, and that's why I'm leaning more to it that way than the other way. What was the other thing? Hold on. Another thing that didn't make sense. Uh I wish we really knew if she called, if she really said that she left him at the bar, like that she didn't take him to the house. Did she admit saying that? Because if that's the case, did she really black out and not? Do you know what I'm saying? Because what's his name? Jen McCabe's husband was saying when she called her on the phone, she was saying that she doesn't know what was the bar's name. She left him there. They've gotten a fight, and then she doesn't know what happened. Like she doesn't. Did he make it to the party? But we don't know if she really said that. You know what I'm saying? If they're all lying, but how did they keep it all straight? You know what I'm saying? So that's another thing. That's just like nobody budged on it. Everybody just stayed strong. But I mean, it does happen. That could happen though. Everybody protecting their own. So um I know there's a couple other things I can't think right now that I couldn't make sense of there a little bit. But there's more the other way, like the injuries, the freaking the pieces of the tail light, they definitely I don't think that they were there that night, because I think they would have found them if they were there. And then why like be shady and mirror the video to try to fool everybody? That's just shade. That's just not right. Um, I don't know though. Oh, let me see what you said. Did you answer? Okay. I'm a Toys R Us kid. All right, hold on. I missed a lot of chat. Hold on. Okay. Well, not premeditated, but I almost don't. I almost think if she did hit him, it was an accident, and she wasn't even aware of it. But I would like to know if she really did say on the phone calls that if she mentioned, did I hit him that early on? Because if that's the case, then that wouldn't make sense. But then if they're all lying, then we can't really trust what they're saying. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, because if she really did when she called Jen, if she really said to her, "Oh my God, could I have hit him?" Or when they were on the way driving, if she really said that, like she said, then that means she would have had some kind of recollection of maybe hitting him. But how do we believe her? Because if the other side's true, if that's what happened and it's a big cover up, then we can't trust what Jen says either, though. So I don't know. It's tricky. It's tricky. It's a crazy case. How far is that from UK Cole? You should go to the trial. I forgot you were from there. Did you watch the first trial? Have you been watching it? cop's not giving the whole truth. Yeah. All right. So let me see what else I got, and then I think I'll play another video, but then I'll get that. Hold on, before I do that, because I couldn't get the document ready because when I pull it up, it would have popped up over this. So hold on, let me move it over to this screen, and then I'll go get the right document that I want to read. And all right. Hold on 1 second. I'll play another video until then. All right. Let's play. Oh, here, I'll do this for Turtle Boy. So this will explain who this guy is. Laura. Dude, why do they do that? Blow out my freaking ears. I hate that court TV. And oh my God, I did it again. Why? Oh my God. They need to stop doing that. Can anybody message them? I'm serious. They're going to blow out people's ears. It's right at the beginning. Oh my God. That was horrible. I did it twice. Now I don't even know where it went. Dang it. It doesn't feel good. Like, it's horrible. They need us to get rid of that. Like, why? Okay.
Retrial could tip the scales. We're talking about Turtle Boy, whose real name is Aiden Kearney. He's a self-published blogger and arguably the most outspoken Karen Reed advocate. And we learned in court on Wednesday what he plans to do if he's called as a witness by the Commonwealth.
There's really no reason to beat around the bush here, Your Honor. The Commonwealth is not going to call my client, Mr. Kearney, who for the record is in the second row here today.
Can I just ask, if he were to call your client, would he take the fifth?
Yes, Judge.
Mr. Brennan, do you agree that Mr. Kearney has a Fifth Amendment right?
I think he has a Fifth Amendment privilege. I don't know that he has a Fifth Amendment privilege to all questions we would ask, but the content that we would go into, I think he clearly would have a Fifth Amendment privilege.
All right, so you're not asking for a Lumen Martin hearing?
I'm not. I think I necessarily would have to delve into issues regarding his open indictments against a number of different victims.
Okay.
And I think there's other information that I can't discuss for other reasons because of court orders.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Judge, I would suggest that the court could take judicial notice of the 16 indictments against him.
So the Commonwealth concedes, and I believe there's a valid Fifth Amendment right.
It's important to note that Turtle Boy is the only witness in the case to take the fifth. None of the innocent witnesses that he is alleged to have intimidated have taken it. Every single one of them has testified, and they will all do so again. So what does that tell you about Turtle Boy? Let's talk about it. I want to bring back in attorney Wendy Murphy and attorney John Phillips. Wendy, starting with you, the turtle's going to hide inside of his shell at the trial. Your thoughts?
That was a good one. Can I refer to him as the turd instead of the turtle? Because I'm trying to be as polite as I can without offending everybody in your audience. And, you know, the words that I'm thinking of using are probably objectionable. He is the most repulsive, harmful, destructive force in this case by far. Now, let's just be clear. I respect that he has a right to assert his Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination. It's an important constitutional right. But what that means to us in the public is we can and should infer that he is hiding evidence that proves he committed crimes. You know, let's just be clear about that. Innocent people do not invoke the Fifth Amendment. Now, let me be clear. When I say innocent, I mean people with nothing to hide, because as the judge made reference, and you heard it in that clip, if the prosecutor thought that his invocation of the Fifth Amendment was not in good faith, that he was just doing it as an excuse so he could sit in the courtroom and pretend to be a reporter, they would have had a hearing. The judge could have.
I don't agree with her saying that innocent people don't take the fifth. That's not right to say that. That's a right. Like, no. Like, and another thing, like, about, it almost reminds me of somebody saying, like, oh, if you ask for a lawyer, you know, like you're guilty or something. It's smart sometimes. So I don't like that she said that, though, because no, innocent people could do that. I mean, I get what she's saying, but it's like, I don't know. I think it's the way she said it. I don't like the way she said that, but okay, I'll shut up.
Said, I find that his assertion of this privilege is not in good faith. He must testify. No, everyone in the room said he's got stuff to hide. He's a criminal. He's got massive exposure here in terms of spending a good amount of time behind bars once he's convicted. So absolutely let him take the fifth, but let's all understand what that means.
Yes.
He's done some very bad things in this case. He needs to take the fifth because if he did testify against himself, that wouldn't be good for his liberty. That's what it all means.
Right. He'd be in even worse trouble than he's already in. You're right, Wendy. And how about the point, I think this can't be underscored enough, that the reason he's got those 16 indictments we heard referenced are because he allegedly intimidated these witnesses, these independent people who didn't ask to be part of this case, just happened to be there that night and can offer something. These innocent people, they all testified. They all were very open in trial number one. They're all going to testify again in trial number two. None of them are taking the fifth. And he's accusing all of them of hiding something. John Phillips, what does that say to you about him?
It says a lot. And he did an interview with the Intelligencer. I'm not familiar with it, but he described himself, and I got to look down, as three things. One, an activist. Okay. He said it, an activist. Two, a journalist. And three, an entertainer or satirist. Those three things are entirely inconsistent. You can't be an investigator and go through a case and have objectivity while also being an entertainer, while also worried about your YouTube hits and your social media, bounce. And that's the problem here, is he's trying to wear all of these hats and one's interfering with the other. And certainly he has a Fifth Amendment right, and with an open indictment, the prosecutors certainly don't want to go into that and reveal some information that shouldn't be revealed yet. But it creates this conflict. And, again, he's a guy that wears, and markets free Karen Reed T-shirts. That's not objective. He gets exposure and he gets money from her free campaign, and yet, won't testify. It's gross where we're headed with social media and podcasters, interfering with court.
Right. You're so right, John. I have seen so much more disinformation about this case, disinformation and misinformation about this case than I have any other one I have ever covered. This has been the most vile case for so many reasons, and the victim has gotten lost. And I know you both appreciate that so much as you are advocates for victims. And when we think about what this is really about, this trial has turned into a shameful circus. It really has. And when we think about the origination of this circus, who does it go back to? Gee, Mr. Turtle Boy and his friend, Ms. Karen Reed. Now this relationship is being exposed. Your thoughts on how Hank Brennan has now made public what those two kept quiet for so long?
Yeah, really important in this case. And by the way, I know we've been saying the only person who took the fifth was this turd man, but Karen took the fifth too. Let's be honest about it, right? So the two criminals took the fifth. Who's surprised? Nobody. But one of the important things in this case that we really didn't see last time, we all thought about it, but we didn't hear it from the prosecutor per se in a way that sounded like it was going to make a big difference. Hank Brennan now is saying, part of what's going on in this case is a disinformation campaign bought and paid for by this criminal who thinks that that's a tactic, that, in defense attorney school, one of the things they allow you to do is just pay for PR firms and pay for protesters to show up and pay for bot farms so that social media creates this frenzy and sense that you're actually innocent and it's all a conspiracy. I mean, there are so many mentally ill people who will just buy into that regardless of the evidence. So I think what Hank Brennan's doing is making that part of his case now, saying, not only am I going to prove her guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, I'm going to prove that she was part of a campaign to mislead the public. So that's a very different approach. I was a prosecutor in Massachusetts. I've never had to do that before, both prove my case and disprove nonsense.
Right.
But we're going to hear that in this case.
Wendy, thank you for pointing that out. You're right. He's going to expose it all. He already started, and thank goodness for that, because this is just all about getting to the truth. And Wendy, John, you both, of course, know this. Our courties know. Legally, we know Karen Read is cloaked in the presumption of innocence. Hank Brennan and the Commonwealth of Massachusetts have that burden to carry. And no one, the jury, can hold it against her if she doesn't testify. Point taken, Wendy, that she's done a lot of talking to interviews of her choosing and not in the trial last time. We'll see if she changes her mind this time. Stand by for that. We'll have to leave it.
Okay. So I want to read this document. I have a couple ones I want to read. One is just kind of going through a lot of the highlights of the case. I think it'd be good to go through it. And then this one is the one where I was skimming through it. Hold on one second. Let me see where I want to start. Hold on one second. Wait, it's maybe not it. Hold on a second. This is talking about the juror that was. Hold on a second. Personal harm. I mean, I can read it, but I don't know if this is the one I wanted to read. Jurors is identified are likely to become targets of her. Yeah. Hold on. Risk of harm. Yeah, it's a really long document. Hold on. I want to get to the part that I wanted to read. The intimidation, people being charged with intimidation, and so we were just talking about the motion of juror Doe to extend July 8th. Okay, hold on. Well, I mean, I could. Oh, let me take this down. You guys can see. Hold on. Let me read it. I don't know. I'm gonna just start. There is somewhere in this that when I was scrolling, I think it's at the end that was interesting, but let me read some of this. Let's see. Instead of me scrolling, let's see if there's anything good in it. Juror Doe, I am legal age. Okay, we'll skip this. I am asking that the impoundment order be extended indefinitely because I am in the fear of my personal safety and the personal safety of my family if the names of the jury are made public. I have read the impoundment order and noted on it the very first page that individuals associated with this case have been charged criminally with intimidation. I am frightened for my personal safety as a result of learning that someone associated with this case has been criminally charged with intimidation. I also recall testimony from at least one witness who described being harassed by individuals and her family being harassed because of their involvement in the case. I do not know any of the specifics of any such harassment, but I fear that my family and I will not only be harassed if the names of the jurors are made public, but that our personal safety will be seriously compromised. During jury deliberations, we could hear protesters outside screaming and yelling. During our jury service, the members of the jury would meet at what was supposed to be a secret location to be transported to and from the courthouse by bus. After being discharged from the jury on July 1st, we were taken by bus back to what was supposed to have been a secret location where he observed what appeared to be members of the media, including photographers. I was so much in fear on my way home that I pulled over to the side of the road to see if I was being followed. Thankfully, I was not being followed, but that was and remains my mindset. If jurors' needs are made public, we will be constantly threatened and harassed, and there will be likely a physical confrontation at some point. This is where the turtle boy, right? This has to be him because he got that charge, right? Was he the one charged with this, Laura? I know he was, but it has to be this. It has to be this thing that she's talking about, right? It's crazy. See, I didn't know all this was going on at the time when the trial was going on in 24 because I didn't watch the trial, but I mean, I heard different people talking about it and I knew of the case, but I didn't watch the trial last year. But I didn't know that this was going on. It's kind of crazy. So she read multiple news articles. Let's see. There are clearly people who have very strong opinions about the case, about the jurors who deliberated over many days. I have seen articles, comments to the articles, and postings about the verdict saying some very nasty and dangerous things. Some individuals have expressed outrage and anger that the jury did not acquit the defendant. Some individuals have expressed outrage and anger that the jury did not find the defendant guilty. Just yesterday, I read an article in the Boston Globe with the headline, Karen Reed case ended in a mistrial, but the diehards haven't given up. In approximately the 12th paragraph of this article, an administrator of a Karen Reed focused face group was quoted saying, the people who were in the fringe of being interested in it are now engulfed. The anger level was at a 9, but before, and now it's at 11.5. The article characterized this increase as a rising rage. Chat okay? What is going on? I have no. Can everybody just get along? I'm just reading, so I don't know. Hopefully, I don't think Wade were, but I don't think Wade writes. Wade write. Wade wife Sarah is not in this chat. Is she? I mean, we're not even talking about Wade. I don't think she's here. Whoever said Wade wife Sarah, that wouldn't. I don't think Wade wife Sarah's here. Yeah, she wouldn't even be going by her name. Well, no, I don't know. I shouldn't say that, but she. I mean, this is not Wade case. I don't think she would be in here. By the way, I don't know. Maybe I'm not really looking at chat, but I doubt she's here. I know, Chrissy. I've noticed that, and you know what? I'm surprised. I was kind of surprised when I'm watching some court TV and Law and Crime, and like them talking so much against Karen Reed. Like they really think she's guilty. You could tell, that they're going through the guilty, and that's fine. People are allowed to think she's guilty, but I don't know why I was surprised. I was thinking they would be more either neutral or like I don't know. I wasn't expecting that for some reason. But the last week when I've been watching some of them, I'm like, whoa, that video and then the video with the guy that from Law and Crime or Court TV. I always get them confused because they all like go back and forth to him. I feel like, but the short hair, dark short hair guy. I can't think of what his name is. He does the sidebar or whatever. I was watching one of his videos on Karen Reed, and I was like, wait, wow. It just surprised me because I guess I thought they would just bring both sides because of how many people do think she's innocent. So I thought they'd be like a more back and forth type thing, but they're more about from what I've watched, they more think she's guilty, have experts that think she's guilty, have guests that think she's guilty. So yeah, I just thought they'd bring more of a variety, but you're right. It did surprise me. You're also conflicting different issues. What do you mean, Raven? I'm conflicting different issues? Oh, is that his name, Jesse Weber? Okay, I think it is. No, not Vinny. It would have been Jesse. Yeah, It wasn't Vinny. I haven't seen any of Vinny is talking about it. I'm sure he has some, but I haven't seen any. Me, please share? Well, I don't understand what you mean. I never said I had evidence. Are you talking to me? Okay, so I just wanted to read some of this. I thought it was interesting. Is this boring you guys, this? So just yesterday, I read an article. Oh, we already read that. And then on Boston Globe, individual interview by reporter stated people are insane about this case. If they don't agree with you, they'll try to dox you. You know what? Let me read this one first. This is more about the case, and then that'll be like the extra thing at the end, because that stuff interests me though. The stuff like that happened, like that arised, I guess, out of the case, like different things. It's interesting to me. But let me read this. This is about the case. Okay. And then I'll go back to that because I do want to read that parts of that other one because it really is good. But I feel like maybe some people might not be interested in it right now. How long to die in the cold? New revelations. Now, I know you guys, this isn't a new document. It's from last year, but it's pretty good. It goes over some stuff about the case. So it's just to maybe be refreshed. So I am aware that it's not a new document. New revelations from Jennifer McCabe's cell phone must reverse the trajectory of this case. Evidence obtained from an analysis of the complete forensic image of Jen McCabe's cell phone with the Massachusetts State Police in Norfolk County District. Office withheld from the defense for more than a year. Wow, wait. Massachusetts State Police in Norfolk County District Attorney's Office withheld so they withheld a complete image of Jen McCabe's cell phone for more than a year. Oh my God, I can't say that right now. Misread and decisively implicates Jennifer McCabe and Brian Albert in the murder of John O'Keefe. In spite of the fact that John O'Keefe was found dead on the front lawn of Boston police officer Brian Albert, a highly trained boxer and fighter with deep familial and personal ties to the Canton Police Department and the Massachusetts State Police, law enforcement has utterly failed to treat Mr. Albert and his family members who were present on the night in question as suspects. Instead, law enforcement immediately arrested Miss Reed based in no small part on incriminating statements attributed to her by one of the actual conspirators. In O'Keefe's murder. Brian Albert's sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe. Did you guys watch the behavior panel analysis on this case? Anybody watched it? They did one on Jennifer McCabe and they did one on Karen. What did you think of it? Comments? Let me know. As this court is well aware, Miss Reed has always maintained that she dropped O'Keefe off at Brian Albert's residence just after midnight on January 29th and frustratedly left without him when he failed to answer any of her calls, presuming that he had proceeded into the house for the party. Brian Albert, Jennifer McCabe, and Matthew McCabe, all of whom were present in the Albert residence on the night in question, have maintained that O'Keefe never entered the residence. Jennifer, all these interviews, they all similarly claimed they had no reason to suspect any sort of foul play until O'Keefe's body was discovered the next morning in Albert's front lawn at 6:04 a.m. by Miss Reed and Miss McCabe. Previously withheld information and data obtained. Wait, who previously withheld it? From the analysis of McCabe's phone, iPhone 11 paints a much darker picture of what actually transpired. Oh, they previously withheld it. Okay. Yeah, talking about how the Alberts and McCabe's are close. An analysis of the complete forensic image of Jennifer McCabe's cell phone by computer forensic expert Richard Green establishes that Miss McCabe, the government's seminal witness, Googled how long to die in the cold at 2:27 a.m. on January 29th, 2022, exactly 2 hours after O'Keefe was last seen walking towards the Albert residence by Miss Reed. How long to die in cold? Jennifer McCabe explicitly told law enforcement that she did not think much of O'Keefe's failure to enter the residence that night and assumed that O'Keefe and Miss Reed simply decided to go home. Oh, that's another thing where she called. How many times she called? Jennifer called John's phone multiple times late that night, which so the defense think it was because they were looking for his phone to make sure, like, let's say something happened inside the house, they wanted to make sure that the phone, where was the phone? If the phone was not in their house, right? So that's kind of weird because she claimed that she didn't call him, right? So it's like, okay. I mean, that's obviously a lie because there was cause. So, it's like, what the heck? 7 times? Was that what it was? Thank you. See, I don't know some of the exact specific shit. I'm getting there. I just knew it was a lot of times. Like 7 is a lot to call somebody in a row to just be like, oh, it's a butt dial. Then all the butt dials, but like you're not going to butt dial 7 times. And then, what's the reason? Why would you call his phone that many times in a row? It makes sense to be like, oh, where's his phone, to try to hear it ringing so they could make sure the phone is with him and not inside. So yeah. Where are we at? So McCabe, the government seminal witness, Googled how long did, okay, I already read that. To die in the cold at 2:27, January 29th, exactly 2 hours after O'Keefe was last seen walking towards the Albert residence by Miss Reed. So that's when that Google, about 2 hours after from Karen's story, that she saw him walking into the house. How long to die in the cold? Jennifer McCabe explicitly told law enforcement that she did not think much of O'Keefe's failure to enter the residence. I already read that part. Oh my Lord. She just thought that he just went home. They decided to go home, so she didn't think much of it. When she saw, because they saw the car out there, they saw Karen's car out there. And didn't she even text him like park behind me or whatever? Because if they were out in the street, they wanted to pull in the driveway and park behind her, right? Or behind somewhere in the driveway. And so they they admitted that they saw Karen's car out there, but they claim that John never made it inside. Interview of Jen McCabe. Here. Yet 3 hours before Jen had any reason to suspect O'Keefe hadn't gone home with Miss Reed, 3 hours before she inserted herself into Miss Reed's search for O'Keefe and delayed her return to the Albert residence, and 3 hours before her discovery of his lifeless body in the cold snow, Miss McCabe had only one thing on her mind: how long does it take to die in the cold? What's even more shocking is that very next day, before turning her phone over to law enforcement, Miss McCabe took calculated steps to purge her phone of this inculpatory search, and at the time attempted to delete her communications with Brian Albert. So if you don't have nothing to hide, why? Like, why delete that stuff? That's weird. If it was just some innocent thing, why would you delete that? Anyway, so she deleted her communications with Brian Albert and removed a screenshot of his contact information from her phone, which she had obviously shared with someone that morning. So she screenshot his contact information to send it to somebody else that morning, but deleted that. I didn't know that. Okay. In the light of this new information, the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office should immediately do what's right and file a no prosecute. I don't know, prosecute. I don't know what that is. I wonder if that says anybody. I could look it up, but legal term meaning a prosecutor has decided to drop a case before it goes to trial. It essentially means the prosecution will no longer pursue the case against the defendant. Okay. Well, learned something new. I had no idea that's what that was. Short of that just result, Miss Reed's constitutional right to defend herself against these false allegations demand that she be permitted to obtain the critical information that law enforcement failed to obtain and preserve from the outset, namely communications and location information associated with the actual perpetrators of this crime, Jennifer McCabe and Brian Albert. The requested information will undoubtedly further implicate Jen McCabe, Brian Albert, and others in the murder of O'Keefe and the sinister cover-up that resulted in these false charges being brought against Miss Reed. Supporting facts. Miss Reed stands charged with the following crimes arising out of the death of her late boyfriend: murder in the second degree, manslaughter while under the influence of alcohol, and leaving a scene of personal injury and death in violation of MGL. The two theories advanced by the Commonwealth in support of the filing of these charges are as follows. Miss Reed became suddenly angry with O'Keefe outside the home of the Boston police officer Brian Albert and reversed into him with her vehicle, shattering her taillight by striking his head before fleeing the scene. That's another thing that doesn't make sense. Like, he's a tall guy, right? How would she strike his head with the taillight? What was he, like, bending over? I don't get it. She just, I mean, that would have, he would have to be bending way over for her to hit his head with the taillight. You wouldn't think that that's where it would hit. That's way too low. Because that's their claim. That's what they're saying, right? So there's no way. There's no, I mean, he was definitely, the taillight didn't hit his head. That don't even make sense. Miss Reed became suddenly angry with O'Keefe outside Brian Albert's residence and struck O'Keefe in the head with a cocktail glass before reversing into him with the vehicle. Okay, sorry, I should have read that all. I haven't read this yet, really. I just kind of like skimmed through it and saw that it was laying out the case, laying out like some of the highlights. Okay, so they think, but still, hold on. If she throws a cocktail glass at him, shattering her taillight, and fleeing the scene. Both theories are largely born out of statements made by Jennifer. Okay, so they think either she hit him with the tail light, or number two, she threw the glass before reversing into him. I don't know. O'Keefe was found unresponsive in the early morning hours of January 29, 2022, in the front yard of the home of Boston police officer Brian Albert. Contrary to the Commonwealth's theories, photographs of O'Keefe suggest that he was beat severely and left for dead, having sustained blunt force injuries to both sides of his face. Oh, I forgot about that. I can't believe I forgot. See, I'm glad I'm reading this because it's reminded me. I'm forgetting a lot. So he had two, like, basically swollen black eyes and blood dripping out of his eyes. Like he got beat up or something. Now, I did look that up. Where did I see it? Where it could happen with blunt force trauma. Where did I read that at? I'm trying to think where I got that. Hold on. I want to know, because if I got it from one of their experts and I didn't like read it somewhere, so that's in my head that it's in my head that I read it somewhere, but I don't know. So, but I don't know, it looks like he got beat up, you know? Where are we at? So he had blunt force injuries to both sides of his face as well as the back of his head. In addition to suffering numerous defensive wounds on his hands, consistent with a brutal fight on his hands, he suffered a cluster of deep scratches and puncture wounds to his right upper arm and forearm. These injuries to O'Keefe's right arm are consistent with bite marks and or claw marks from an animal, more specifically a dog. As discussed more fully in defendant's motion for order pursuant to Massachusetts, blah, 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 directed to Canton Animal Control in the Canton's clerk's office, which is incorporated here in, okay, circumstantial evidence strongly suggests Brian Albert's German Shepherd is responsible for the injuries to O'Keefe's arm. 4 months after O'Keefe, I forgot to mention that too. 4 months after O'Keefe's death, Brian Albert went to great lengths to dispose critical evidence by making sure Chloe, his family dog of 7 years, simply disappeared. So they rehomed the dog. The events that transpired the night before O'Keefe's death on January 29th, 2022 have always been largely undisputed. The evidence incontrovertibly establishes that on the evening of January 28th, 2022, the decedent O'Keefe, his girlfriend Karen Reed, Brian and Nicole Albert, Jennifer and Matthew McCabe, Brian Albert's sister-in-law and friend of Mr. O'Keefe, along with several other individuals, met and enjoyed drinks at the Waterfall Bar and Grill in Canton. As the bar was closing around midnight, the parties discussed going to Nicole and Brian Albert's residence. To celebrate, to continue the party and celebrate their son, Brian Albert Jr.'s birthday. Although O'Keefe and Miss Reed were not well acquainted with the Alberts, the invite was extended to them by O'Keefe's longtime friend, Jennifer McCabe. Shortly after midnight, the Alberts, Brian, Nicole, and Caitlin, the McCabes, Jennifer and Matthew, and Brian Higgins, close friend of Brian Albert, and federal agent with Massachusetts Bureau of Alcohol and Tobacco and Firearms and Explosives. That's the one that was kind of flirting with Karen Reed, like text messages, like the week before, like leading up to this whole thing. With an office inside the Canton Police Department. Okay, left the bar in their respective vehicles and drove to the Albert residence for the after party. Video surveillance footage and witness statements confirmed Miss Reed and O'Keefe left the waterfall after midnight and departed together in Miss Reed's black Lexus SUV, as set forth in the attached affidavit of Richard Green. Location data obtained from O'Keefe's cell phone establishes that O'Keefe's cell phone first pings in the neighborhood near the Alberts residence at 12:19 a.m. and pings at or near the Alberts residence at 12:24 a.m. on January 29th, 2022. My phone is like just ringing nonstop. It's funny. I'm going to have to turn it off. It will not quit ringing, like one after another. Dang it. It's going to end up just like killing my phone. Out of all times, normally like it's silent. It doesn't, I get mad because sometimes I miss calls because it doesn't come through. Now, out of all times, I just want it to shut up. I'm hearing it. It's vibrating. Hold on. How do I turn it where I can't hear it? How do I do it? Okay. Side note. Okay. Where we at? Video surveillance footage and witness statements confirm Miss Reed and O'Keefe left the waterfall after midnight and departed together in Miss Reed's black Lexus SUV, as set forth in the attached affidavit. I already just read that. Sorry, guys. This is my phone is like distracting, but I turn it off, but then it's like I can't keep it off because I might like, what if I need it for somebody's? I don't know. As set forth in the attached affidavit. Where are we? Keep cell phone first pings in the neighborhood. That's what I was doing. They first pings in the neighborhood near the Albert residence at 12:19 and then pings again at or near the Albert residence at 12:24, January 29th, 2022. Witnesses gave conflicting accounts regarding whether O'Keefe actually exited the vehicle and made his way into the Albert residence on January 29th, 2022. Ryan Nagel, one of the only percipient witness witnesses present on the night in question, who is not closely related to the Alberts, arrived at the Albert residence just after O'Keefe and Miss Reed to pick up his sister, Julie. Okay. According to Mr. Nagel interview with police, he recalled seeing a set of headlights of a mid-sized black SUV coming from the opposite direction as he approached Fairview Road and yielded to the vehicle, allowing it to make the right-hand turn into Fairview. Ryan Nagel confirmed that he did not observe any erratic operation by the SUV at any point while in his presence. Both vehicles parked outside the Alberts residence. He stated that he and his friends remained parked outside the driveway for approximately 5 minutes, at which point his sister came out of the Albert residence and told him she was going to spend the night and no longer needed a ride. At some point, Mr. Nagel told police he observed the black SUV pull forward toward the edge of the Alberts property line. When he and his friends left shortly thereafter, he observed a woman sitting alone in a black SUV outside the residence as he pulled away from the house. Wait, hold on. Let's think about that. So when he and his friends left shortly thereafter, he observed a woman sitting alone in the black. So John was already not in there, outside the residence. So, but did he see John go in? Question, guys. Those of you guys that watch the whole trial and stuff, is this person was sitting in the car the whole time? Like he went to go pick up somebody, right? Let me take a sip of this. Mute? Oh my God, how long have I been on mute? Wait, was I on mute when I read this? How long have I been on mute? Shoot. Anyway, so what I was saying is this person that's picking up this girl, right? He goes and picks her up. He doesn't go inside, or does he go inside? Because I didn't get to see, I'm sure this guy testified. That's one testimony I didn't watch. So if he goes inside, or he stays outside, right? Or does he go in? That's what I need to know right now, because that's important. Is he going or not? Okay, so if he doesn't go inside, he's just sitting out there, right? He sees that John isn't with Karen already. He doesn't see any erratic driving. But I guess the question is, when he first saw her, did he see her when she first pulled up or not? You know what I'm saying? Because what I'm having a little bit trouble, I'm trying to like picture it, because he's saying that at the beginning, it almost sounds like they both pulled up around the same time. If that's the case, then that it's impossible, right? Did they pull up at the same time? Because right here it says, both vehicles parked outside. Where does it say? Not there. When he's talking about up here, where he says, he arrived at the Albert residence, and Miss Reed to pick up his sister. There's just two different things. Wait, hold on. Ryan Nagel, one of the only witnesses present in the night of the question, arrived at the Albert residence just after O'Keefe and Miss Reed. Just after. Okay, just after. But the thing that confuses me, where it says, according to Mr. Nagel's interview with police, he recalled seeing a set of headlights of a mid-sized black SUV coming from the opposite direction and yielded to the vehicle, allowing it to make the right-hand turn. So when I was reading that, I was thinking he meant that was Karen, but if it's not, then why is he even talking about that? And if it is, then set of headlights of a midsize coming from the opposite direction. Because I'm picturing like somebody driving coming from the opposite direction. I don't know, maybe I'm looking way too literal on this, but if they're insinuating that that's Karen coming from the, like, you would think it's driving. So that's why I'm a little bit confused right there. Oh, okay, maybe. That's what I'm thinking, Jerry. I mean, obviously, because otherwise, why would he be talking about it, right? I get this part, this for sure, Karen. But okay, so coming from the opposite direction, I guess maybe she turned around then. So I mean, it is possible that it happened right before he got there, I guess. But that's why I wanted to know, because coming from the opposite direction, I was thinking, oh shoot, they're getting there about the same time. Then he would have seen the whole thing, which means absolutely she didn't hit him. But obviously, she was already there for a little bit, because by the end of it, you could tell that. And the way he says right after they got there. So yeah, I guess she must have been turning around or something. So, I mean, it's still, looks good in her favor, but it could have still happened right before it, but I don't know. But that would mean that she just sat there afterward. If that's the case, she just sat there afterward for a while or something. You know what I'm saying? For a little while. Which, that don't make sense, because if she just hit him and murdered him, purposely fighting and hit him to, hurt him, I don't think she would just sit there. She would take off, right? For somebody to just sit there, because obviously if she did hit him, it would have had to happen before that guy got there, right? So he said he sat there 5 minutes. So that means Karen sat there 5 minutes after and not moving. It looks more like her story, that she was waiting for John to come back out to freaking give her the okay to come in, because you're going to murder somebody and then just sit there and wait so people could see. Like, that don't make sense. Right? Where was the girl sleeping? I don't know. Okay, so let's read the rest of this. He further reported that he did not observe any damage to her vehicle, hear screams, or otherwise observe any altercation between Miss Reed and O'Keefe. I wish he would remember when he first pulled up if John was there, right? I mean, he knows after she was just sitting alone. Well, no, then that would make you think he would have seen John go in then, if that, yeah, probably was after he already went in, if he did go inside. But yeah, no damage to her car. Anyway, Miss Reed has always maintained that she dropped O'Keefe off at the Alberts residence and waited for him to scope out the residence and make sure that they were at the correct house and weren't imposing. After calling O'Keefe several times and becoming frustrated with his failure to answer or otherwise respond to her, Miss Reed eventually left, presuming O'Keefe had proceeded into the house for the party. Conversely, Brian, Jennifer, and Matthew have all maintained that O'Keefe never entered the Fairview residence. And that's another thing. For her to for her to have called him, what wasn't it, like 57 times or something? I'm sure it'll say that, to call him that many times, because I mean, she's upset he doesn't show up, calling him names and stuff. Remember, she's drunk, so she's mad at him, thinking if the first story is correct, she's mad at him thinking, oh my god, he just left me. If she really just hit him and knew she hit him purposely, why? I mean, why would she call him over and over and over, being mean? Her voicemails are mean, which I think goes more. If this was like some thing where she did it on purpose, I mean, her being mean and like saying like mean things to him would make her look worse. You would think in her head, if it was some planned thing. You know what I'm saying? I feel like her like calling him names and being mad at him makes her look more innocent in the crime, because she's mad because he's not where'd he go? If she freaking killed him, she would know where he went. So why would she, you know what I'm saying? Why would she keep calling him like, oh my God? It makes no sense. Am I making sense or not? Are you talking to me? I'm like agreeing, Vanity. I hope you're not talking to me. That's what I'm saying. So I'm saying, I'm not saying anything bad about him. I'm saying the thing is if she really murdered him, that would be something you wouldn't do. I feel like it makes her look like that more innocent. The fact that she did call him 57 times and she said mean stuff to him makes her look innocent of the murder, in my opinion. Because if she's some plan to like cover it up, or oh my God, she would not make it look like, and call them names and stuff to make it look like that they had some kind of bad relationship. You know what I'm saying? So no, I'm saying it makes it look, um, yeah, and yeah, exactly. I mean, I just don't know who that come on was to, because I'm agreeing with you, Vanity. So, okay, so, yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. I mean, especially you're drunk and, people do that. Like, there's a lot of relationships where that happens. You know what I'm saying? Doesn't make it them murderers or anything. It's, yeah, I agree. 100% agree. Um, See, that's what I'm saying. Like, so I could see like it being an accident and she didn't even know she hit him. I could really see that. Like, I could see that. But I mean, the injuries don't really. That arm though, the injuries don't make sense with that, because I'm sure you guys are all trying to like picture it, which is crazy. Picture like him getting hit like to try to figure out how those injuries could have been made. Like, I've tried to picture it in my head, like, on the cement, or like what could have made those out there. You got the fire hydrant. Now, if he hit the fire hydrant hard, I mean, that means she had to be going so fast he flew. I think that's, how could that? No, I don't even think that's possible. But that wouldn't even make those marks anyway. And there's no way her taillight made those marks, because her taillight was only cracked a little bit. I really do think Proctor planted those other pieces, in my opinion. But so how else? I mean, I don't understand how that was made. It doesn't make sense. But I'm trying to think of anything else out there that could have made those things. Like, what else was out there at the scene? Obviously nothing, because if there was something that could have made something, the state would have found it and said, oh, he hit this. I mean, they have no freaking answer to how those injuries. They're just saying, well, sometimes, car hits, like you could have injuries that are, unique to the person or unique to the situation, I guess. But it's not typical. It wasn't a typical. Yes, I talked about that at the beginning. Like, how didn't Albert saying, oh, he just was sleeping. I just didn't hear anything. Like, how didn't he? Why didn't he come? Yes, I did at the very beginning. It's crazy. Yeah, right. That's another thing. Yep, that's crazy. So I do think he did that. Proctor did that. Okay, but that's the thing, though. That's sometimes bad investigators will do that anyway to make their case stronger, where they might like think, oh, I think that's the person. They really do think that it is. So they do shady stuff like that, which is messed up. So my point is, though, I feel like in certain cases they could plant evidence doesn't necessarily mean the person's innocent. It doesn't look good, it raises reasonable doubt. But sometimes the person could be guilty and they planted the evidence to make their case stronger because they didn't have enough, which is wrong. They shouldn't, but it does happen. And it sucks. But I'm just saying, like in future, I do feel like that does happen. Now, I'm not saying that that's what this case is, but I'm just saying in general, it happens more than you would think. I gotta find that there was an interview or an article I was reading where wasn't it old? Somebody in law enforcement, I think it was talking about it, like retired law enforcement would, I think it was an interview, I think it was a video where they were talking about how that happens like more often than you would think that they do stuff. And it's not always like the person innocent, it's just like they want to the case. They're a little bit nervous and to maybe seal the deal on the case, which they shouldn't do that because that's messed up. And if they get caught, their case sucks then because then that's reasonable doubt. But if like a jury hears that, that's even though sometimes it doesn't mean the person's innocent, but it just sucks. But I'm just saying now with this, like I said, you guys know, like I don't. If they find her guilty of second-degree murder, I'm going to be mad because that's messed up. She shouldn't. Yeah, they shouldn't even have retried her. They shouldn't have. I was surprised when I heard that it was a mistrial. My first thought, but remember, I didn't watch the trial. But when I heard about it, my first thought is, oh, they're not going to retry her. They won't retry her because I knew the case. I just didn't know it like really good. But I knew I had done one video on it, going over some of the weird stuff. I didn't know all of it. But since I knew like some of the stuff, I was like, no, they're not going to retry her. There's no way. But yeah, they did. And especially, didn't they say, well, actually, I think I have a video on that, so never mind. I'll play it in a little bit. Okay, so let's read this. Thankfully, because the Commonwealth finally produced a forensic image of O'Keefe's phone to the defense, this court does not have to rely on the statements of witnesses. So a full year after the phone was taken into law enforcement custody. They finally produced it. Wow. As set forth in the attached affidavit, Richard Green, an expert in computer forensic and electronic data analysis. Data stored on O'Keefe's cell phone establishes that O'Keefe did, in fact, get out of the car and walk somewhere in the early morning on January 29th, 2022. At a point in time when his location was consistent with being in the vicinity of the Albert residence. As defense expert Richard Green sets forth in the attached affidavit, location data obtained from O'Keefe's phone establishes that his phone pinged in a neighborhood near the Albert residence at 12:19 a.m. and again in the location of the Albert residence at approximately 12:24 a.m. Immediately following his arrival at the Albert residence between 12:21 and 12:24, Apple Health recorded O'Keefe taking 80 steps, traveling approximately 87.74 meters, and climbing the equivalent of 3 floors with his location data pinging in a close proximity of the Albert residence. The only reasonable interpretation of O'Keefe's Apple Health data is that he entered the Albert residence, which has 3 floors, between 12:31 and 12:32. Apple Health again recorded O'Keefe taking 36 steps with no elevation gain, traveling approximately 25 meters. Affidavit of Rick Green. O'Keefe did not walk the length of 3 swimming pools and climb the equivalent of 3 flights of stairs by circling and climbing on top of Karen Reed's vehicle. Yeah. Because if she hit him, it would only be a couple steps from, if they do it from the time when he would have left her. There's no way. I mean, there'd be no stairs. There could be some little bit of elevation if she did hit him and he went flying. I mean, that wouldn't be like a walk. I wonder how accurate. Hold on. When I did the Chris Watts case, I remember looking into like the accuracy of the Apple steps. Wasn't it? It was. I feel like they had Oh, I should look into that. Because remember the flights of the stairs? I'm trying to think what it said. These are Chris or Shenanigans, I forget now. But yeah, 3 flights of stairs. They have 3 flights. That's freaking crazy. And all those steps. If he got hit, he wouldn't have taken any more steps after that. If he got hit so hard that he freaking blunt force trauma and then ended up dying, you know. I mean, that in itself, that should be really. How does the state explain that, guys? I'd like to hear that. I didn't get to hear what do they say about this? Anybody? Oh, see, I didn't know that either. Oh, her phone? Okay, let's see. O'Keefe made it into the Albert residence that night. Before the Commonwealth turned over the complete forensic copy of Jennifer McCabe's cell phone, the defense was forced to rely on its own investigative resources to attempt to discern what transpired after O'Keefe entered the Albert residence, just after 12:20 a.m. By all accounts, Miss Reed left the Albert residence in her vehicle shortly after her arrival and returned to O'Keefe's home located. The only statements regarding the events that transpired inside the Albert's residence after O'Keefe took his last steps at 12:31 are the self-serving statements of Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, and Brian Albert, and his close friend. Okay. As set forth in the attached affidavit, the complete forensic extraction of Jennifer McCabe's cell phone data from January 29th includes exculpatory information that was glaringly missing from Trooper Garino's full file. Reveals their lies. On February 2nd, mere days after O'Keefe's death, Massachusetts State Police Trooper Keefe forensically imaged McCabe's iPhone 11 rather than simply turning over a copy of the image of the phone to the defense for analysis. On May 31st, Trooper Garino conducted his own forensic analysis of the phone and prepared a Celebrate extraction report, which purported to be a full file system extraction from Jennifer McCabe's iPhone between January 29th and the 30th. Excerpt of May 31st. The Commonwealth withheld the forensic image of Jennifer McCabe's cell phone and instead produced Trooper Garino's full file system extraction report to the defense. Notably, Trooper Garino's full file system failed to show any search history information entered by Miss McCabe, including her incriminating 2:27 a.m. See, if they're so sure that was because of the whole tab was open, then why would they hide that? You know what I'm saying? They're gonna hide it. That's messed up. After numerous discovery requests and the filing of the motion to compel, which the court ultimately denied, Deputy District Attorney Adam finally agreed to produce the full forensic image of McCabe's phone on February 8th, a full year after O'Keefe's death. Noted information obtained from the deleted cache of Jennifer McCabe's cell phone begins to unravel what occurred after Miss Reed left O'Keefe at the Albert residence in January 29th in the web of lies that resulted in the arrest and prosecution of Miss Reed. According to Miss McCabe's initial interview with Trooper Proctor at 11:30, so January 29th at 11:30 a.m., when the events were still fresh in her mind, Miss McCabe claimed that she left the Albert residence with her husband at 1:30 a.m. and went home. So, wait, she left the Albert residence 1:30 and went home. However, as set forth in the Richard Green's affidavit, a forensic analysis of her cell phone shows that Jennifer actually left the Albert residence at 1:47 a.m. Okay. I mean, think about, I would be off. You're drinking all night, 17 minutes isn't bad. But let's see. Moreover, she didn't drive directly home with her husband, as she initially claimed. Instead, the McCabes made the executive decision at 2 a.m. in a snowstorm to drop off two of Brian Albert Jr.'s friends who were in attendance at the party, Julie Nagel and Sarah Livingston, passing O'Keefe's residence at One Meadows Avenue on their way home. Huh. The McCabe's clearly wanted to know whether Miss Reed would be home to notice if and when O'Keefe failed to return home that morning, or if that privilege would be left to his two adopted children. Huh. See, I didn't know that little detail. Okay. Where are we at? After passing by the deceased home at One Meadows. Well, J. Ray, they explain. Did I tell you how they explained that? The state brought in an expert for that, and they said that the tab was open at 2:27, and she had that tab open from looking up other stuff, the Google tab. So they say, like, since that tab was open then, and then that morning at 6, after 6, when Karen said, "Hey, Google how long it takes to die in the cold," that she just pulled up that old tab and searched in that tab, which I do a lot too. So, I mean, it is something that people do, but the defense expert said, no, that's not. That means that she made that search at 2:23. So you have like two conflicting experts saying, no, she pulled the tab up. If you pull a tab up then and then you search it later, it will come up when you pulled the tab up and not when you search the thing. And the defense expert saying, no, that's not true. It's when she searched. So you see, like, who do you believe? Which expert? But I don't know. I wish I knew more to know for sure. Okay, where are we at? Cell phone shows she arrived back at her. Okay, wait, where are we at? After passing by the deceased home at the One Meadows, location data obtained from Jennifer McCabe's cell phone shows she arrived back at her own home at 2:12 a.m. Approximately 10 minutes later, at 2:23 is when, 2:27 is when the search, sorry, I saw that and I thought it was 2:27. But at 2:23, Apple Health recorded McCabe climb one flight of stairs, presumably to go upstairs to her bedroom. When questioned by law enforcement as to why O'Keefe never made it into the party, Miss McCabe told law enforcement she did not think anything of it and thought that Miss Reed just decided not to come in, that Miss Reed and O'Keefe. At 2:27 that morning, after making it safely home and climbing the stairs to the privacy of her bedroom, the first and only information McCabe desperately needed to Google was how long to die in the cold. Jennifer McCabe didn't sleep that night, contrary to her assertions to law enforcement. She obviously had a lot on her mind. Data taken from her Apple Watch establishes that she was up much of the night pacing. Whoa, I didn't know that. At 2:32. Whoa. Jennifer McCabe took 22 steps at 3:50. Wait. At 2:32, she took 22 steps. At 3:50, she took 24 steps. At 3:51, she took 6 steps. At 4:55, she took 24 steps. I mean, that wouldn't be 22 steps. I mean, that would be more than just going to the bathroom or anything, but I don't know if I would only be pacing a little back and forth a few times. Well, I guess her phone, if she didn't have her phone the whole time. I mean, that'd be like pacing back and forth a few times, but okay. Indeed, Apple Health data obtained from Jennifer McCabe shows that her heart rate reached an 11-hour low at 12:49 and a high at 6:42. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Okay. I mean, the high. Huh. Meanwhile, Miss Reed, the only person with reason to believe O'Keefe was actually missing, grew increasingly concerned with O'Keefe's failure to return home to his children on January 29th and answer her many phone calls and text messages. After a fitful night of sleep, Miss Reed began frantically calling O'Keefe's friends shortly before 5 a.m. in an effort to locate him. Jennifer McCabe, who stayed out drinking until 2:20, was conveniently awake to answer Miss Reed's early morning call. But Jennifer couldn't leave it at that. After picking up a 4:53 a.m. phone call from Miss Reed, an acquaintance and O'Keefe's daughter, Kaylee, the overly helpful Miss McCabe jumped out of bed and inserted herself into the search for O'Keefe, making every effort to delay Miss Reed in returning to the Albert residence to look for him, and ensuring that she was in control of the narrative provided to the police when O'Keefe's body was discovered. During that call, Miss McCabe suggested that a hysterical Miss Reed drive all the way across town at 5 a.m. to her own residence located, and so they could look at O'Keefe together. Once Miss Reed arrived at McCabe's residence, Miss McCabe insisted that they drive Miss Reed's car back to O'Keefe's residence. Once she goes to pick up Jennifer, Miss Jennifer insisted they drive Miss Reed's car back to O'Keefe's residence, where Miss Reed had just come from, so that they can meet O'Keefe's friend, Carrie Roberts, and research O'Keefe's apartment to make sure he was not home, buying time to make sure John wouldn't live to tell this court what happened to him. After confirming unsurprisingly that O'Keefe was not at home and allowing her family members sufficient time to situate O'Keefe's body, the three women drove together in Miss Roberts' car back to Albert's residence to look for O'Keefe. As the woman pulled up to Brian Albert's house shortly after 6 a.m., Miss Reed spotted an unconscious O'Keefe lying face up on his back in the front yard of Brian Albert's residence. While Miss Reed and Miss Roberts raced to him, attempted to render aid, Miss McCabe curiously remained in the vehicle, dialed 911, and began controlling the narrative. In her initial statement to Trooper Michael Proctor, lead investigator and close family friend of the Alberts and McCabes, Jennifer McCabe attributes a number of statements to Miss Reed that quickly make her the prime suspect. Wow. Jennifer attributes a number of statements to Miss Reed. When asked to describe John and Karen's appearance at the waterfall, she describes John as wearing a baseball hat, jeans, and sneakers, but describes Karen as walking into the bar holding a drinking glass. Miss McCabe falsely tells Trooper Proctor Miss Reed claims she went home alone that night and last saw John at the waterfall bar, and that she had to correct Karen and tell her that they all went to the Albert residence. Miss McCabe tells Trooper Proctor that while they were searching for O'Keefe, Karen repeatedly asked, "Could I have hit him? Did I hit him?" Miss McCabe falsely tells Trooper Proctor that Karen began screaming to pull over because she saw O'Keefe's body before he was actually visible from the roadway, and that she and Miss Roberts didn't know what she was talking about because there was heavy snow, falsely implying that Miss Reed knew exactly where O'Keefe's body would be found. As discussed in paragraph 17, these aren't the only statements Miss McCabe falsely attributed to Miss Reed. And according to Nicole Albert's statement to Trooper Proctor, Sergeant Yuri Buchanek, she and her husband Brian were still in bed or in the early morning of January 29th. When her sister Jen came into the room and shared with her what had transpired outside, and that John was found deceased on the edge of the property by the street in the snow. When her sister came into the room and shared with her. So basically, yeah, they didn't know, they're just sleeping all nice and cozy in bed. Jen ends up going in and telling her, I guess. Nicole reported to the police that she never left her home to see what was going on outside. And by the time she came downstairs, Canton Fire Department must have already transported both John and Karen from the scene. However, cell records established that immediately after disconnecting with 911, McCabe actually made 2 calls to her sister, Nicole Albert's cell phone. Ooh, so that's a lie. So that's the thing. It's like, why would they lie unless if they're hiding something, right? So like, why would she lie about that? Why wouldn't she just say, Yeah, she called, but first of all, yeah, they should have came out and seen what was going on. That's weird that they didn't. But I mean, if I guess they didn't, why just say? I mean, because she called her, so did she not answer the phone maybe when she called? I don't know. It says significantly, a broken cocktail glass was the only evidence recovered at the scene when law enforcement initially responded to the residents at 7 a.m. The broken cocktail glass was the suspected murder weapon. So that's what Camp PD informed medical personnel at the Good Samaritan. The cocktail glass was the suspected murder weapon. Notably, when Miss Reed first discovered O'Keefe's body at 6:04 a.m., precipitation was minimal and there was no significant accumulation. Indeed, photographs taken from the time in question established that there was only about an inch or less of snow that had accumulated. O'Keefe's body was clearly visible and appeared noticeably out of place on the Alberts' flat and bare front lawn. So basically, they're saying like, oh, they're acting like they didn't see it, nobody saw it, but it didn't accumulate. By the time they found him, it started to after that, but before that, there wasn't any accumulation. Hold on a second. Hold on. Okay. Where are we at? So now we're at Coco at 6:07 a.m. and 6:08, both of which were answered by someone and were subsequently deleted. Oh, sorry. This is a continue. Jennifer McCabe actually made 2 phone calls to her sister cell phone, aka Coco, at 6:07 a.m. and 6:08, both of which were answered by someone and were subsequently deleted. Also, why delete those then? You know, why? Hold on a second. Okay. Thus, Brian and Nicole Albert were among the first individuals to be notified that O'Keefe was lying unresponsive mere feet away on their front lawn. And in spite of being in such close proximity, made no effort to go outside and assist. So Brian, I did see his testimony. He says, because they asked, well, why didn't you go out? And the defense is like, why wouldn't you go out? He says he was sleeping. And by the time he did wake up and realize stuff was going on in the lawn, he didn't want to interfere with the investigation. And they said, well, like you didn't try to like save him. You know what I'm saying? You're the type that would go maybe try to give him CPR to try to save him. So no, by the time I woke up, the ambulance was still there. What did he say? I think he said John was still there, I think, but he said he didn't want to mess with the investigation, but the paramedics were already there, so there's nothing he could do, and he didn't want to like mess with the investigation. So that's what he said. But if Jennifer called at 6:08 or 6:07, that would have been before anybody got there, the cops or anybody. So that was the first people she called. So, and she deleted them. So therefore they did know. You're telling me if she calls her sister who's married to him, of course she's going to wake him up and tell him if he wasn't already awake. So of course they both knew. So that's just messed up. So that it's just, it makes you think, what were they hiding? Like, why would you need to delete those messages? Why would you not go and see if your friend. Well, I guess they didn't really know him very well, but a fellow freaking cop, like, go see if this person's okay, It's messed up. So it's like things like this that make me think, yeah, that she's innocent. They make me think that she didn't even hit him by accident, because I'm still like thinking, did she accidentally hit him and she didn't realize? But this stuff makes me think no, because why would they have anything to hide then? Why were they acting weird like this? I don't get it. Lying mere feet away in front line, and in spite of being okay, made no effort to go outside and assist or otherwise investigate the emergency that was unfolding and on their doorstep. Either Nicole is lying or Jen McCabe was on the phone with her husband, Brian Albert. Wait, what does it say? Or Jen was on the phone with her husband, Brian Albert. Either Nicole's lying or Jen. Oh, I see. So she's saying, yeah, but either way, Brian and Nicole chose to sequester themselves in their home, distancing themselves from the investigation rather than check on O'Keefe, assist in life-saving efforts, speak with responding officers, or otherwise investigate the circumstances surrounding the fact that their family member had just discovered the body of a Boston police officer on their front lawn. At 6:23 a.m., Jennifer makes an outgoing call to her brother-in-law, Brian Albert, which he doesn't answer, and then subsequently deletes the record of the call. Why delete that? If you're just calling because just some, you know what I'm saying? It's an accident you have no clue about, and you're calling them to tell them, like, why delete that? I don't get it. It definitely does make you look guilty. Anyway. Less than a minute after failing to reach Brian Albert, Jen McKay begins panicking and opens an article in her Safari application by Healthline entitled, "How long does it take to digest food?" What? See, I didn't know about that. Dang it, I'm glad I am reading this. I didn't know about that. Why would she look that up? What did she say about that? I watched her testimony, though. I don't remember them bringing that up. You think the defense would ask her? Maybe I missed a part of it? Because maybe, okay, the thing that's coming to my mind real quick, and maybe they answer it in here. I haven't read this, but like maybe because he ate something when he was in there, and that would prove that he was in the house. So she wants to make sure he digested it or something. I don't know. That's weird. Let me see what it says. Okay, Jen McKay begins. Okay, how long is it? What an unbelievably odd thing to search for about. Okay, significantly, the presence of food particles in a decedent's stomach and upper small intestine serve as a source of information for pathologists in calculating time of death. Wow. Yeah, that's true. Okay, and also the timing of it too. Even if, wow. Almost immediately thereafter, Jenna McCabe tried to overwrite her incriminating search from earlier that morning regarding how long it takes to die in the cold by re-entering it at a more appropriate time after she supposedly finds O'Keefe's body in the cold. However, in all the commotion and her haste to cover up her incriminating 2:27 a.m. search about how long it would take O'Keefe to die in the cold, she accidentally searches how long to die in the cold at 6:23. Then again at 6:24, she enters a second search time, repeating her search for how long to die in the cold. Wow. Let me see what this is. As Seth wanted to know, As set forth in the attached declaration, Celebrate analysis of her phone establishes that Jen subsequently deleted that communication. If the stomach at autopsy is found to be filled with food and digestion of the contents is not extensive, then pathologists can determine the death followed shortly after a meal. Okay, man. In her case, in case her sloppy attempt to cover up her incriminating Google search wasn't enough, on February 1st, in her transparent and unsuccessful effort to conceal her own criminality and blame it on Miss Reed, Miss McCabe inexplicably tells police for the first time that while she was seated alone with Miss Reed together in a car after law enforcement arrived on scene, we prayed the Our Father together. Wait, while they were seated alone with Miss Reed together in the car after law enforcement arrived, we prayed the Our Father together. Karen then immediately yelled at me 2 times to Google, how long do you have to be left outside to die from hypothermia? Huh. Yeah, so tells police for the first time. So February 1st. Jennifer McCabe knew how devastating it would be if the wrong person in law enforcement discovered that she Googled how long to die in the cold. So made sure that she said, oh yeah, she told me to do it, you know. She claims hours before, discovered that she Googled how long to die in the cold. Hours before, she claims to have found O'Keefe's body in the snow. Thus, in an attempt to deflect suspicion and justify this incredibly incriminating Google search, she reverted to blaming everything on Miss Reed. Unfortunately for Miss McCabe, her decision to Google how long to die in the cold at 2:27, 2 hours after O'Keefe made his way into Albert's residence, was hers and hers alone. Wow. Shockingly, in what can only be described as a clear attempt by Miss McCabe to frame Miss Reed, Richard Green's forensic analysis of McCabe's phone reveals that Miss McCabe took affirmative steps to delete the 2:27 a.m. search, but did not attempt to remove the other 2 searches. Go make sense out of that. So she deletes the one at 2:27, but doesn't delete the one at 6:23 and the 2 ones around a little after 6. That's what I mean. If you have nothing to hide, why are you deleting this stuff and lying about the calls and the butt dials you'll see? And they're making themselves look guilty because maybe they are. It's not looking good, man. The defense is not suggesting that Jennifer McCabe killed O'Keefe and covered up his murder alone. The communications and contacts that Jennifer intentionally deleted from her phone in the 4 days between O'Keefe's death and her decision to turn her phone over to law enforcement for analysis on February 2nd, 2022. The communication and deleted her phone. The communications and contacts that Jennifer McCabe intentionally deleted from her phone in 4 days between O'Keefe's death and her decision to turn her phone over to law enforcement for analysis are key to uncovering what transpired on January 29th. As set forth more fully below, Jennifer McCabe intentionally sanitized her phone of her contents with Brian and Nicole Albert on January 29th before turning her phone over to law enforcement. The only reasonable inference is why Jennifer would intentionally tamper with evidence she knew was providing to law enforcement is because, like her 2:27 Google search, she and Brian Albert have taken calculated steps to hide incriminating information. As explained in the attached affidavit of Richard Green, the Celebrate analysis of McCabe's cell phone recovered various contacts and communications which were deleted by Miss McCabe on January 29th. So remember, it's like, what was the date of the 22nd, right? So like right before she's going to hand over her phone, right? It sounds like she deletes all this stuff. For example, on January 29th, 12:53 p.m., just hours after O'Keefe was found dead in Brian Albert's front lawn, Jennifer McCabe deleted a screenshot of Brian Albert's contact information, which was saved in her phone as Uncle Brian. Jennifer McCabe also deleted the phone call she made to Brian at the same number on January 29th, 6:23. Wait, when did it happen? Is it hold on, let me make sure I keep getting sidetracked and then I'm forgetting. Hold on, let me just see something. It was January 29th. Duh, that was the date that he died. I was so silly. I said probably just sounded so stupid. So I was reading it wrong, the way I was interpreting what they were saying. Okay, so I was interpreting it that she deleted it on the 29th, but they're talking about the message on the 29th. When I read that last thing, not the last one, but the one up there at the beginning of the paragraph. But then when I just read this one, I was like, oh, wait, I was reading that wrong. That was the day of the death was the 29th. Okay. So so she deletes the freaking phone calls. She deletes the Google search. She deletes she lies about it. Miss McCabe attempts to sanitize her phone of any contacts with Brian Albert on the morning in question are not the only instances of witnesses associated with the case attempting to prevent Brian Albert's number from being turned over to the defense and or from appearing. Oh, so she deletes the contact information, so therefore Brian doesn't get, oh, dude, I wasn't even looking at it like that. So anyway, and or appearing in official law enforcement records. For example, October 25th, the Commonwealth produced to the defense a copy of the initial Canton Police Department incident report with a purported creation date of January 29th at 8:24 hours. Apparently, unbeknownst to the individual that altered that report, a hard copy of that very same report dated January 29th, 8:24, had already been provided to counsel for Miss Reed at her arraignment 7 months prior on February 2nd. Wait, the two Canton Police Department incident reports are almost identical and purport to have been created and generated on the exact same date at the exact same time. However, the report produced on October 25th, the altered report, is different from the report produced months earlier on February 2nd, the original report. Whoa. In two very significant respects, the altered report swaps the single crime scene photograph, including within the report from a photograph that was taken on the morning of January 29th by Canton PD, where there were clearly no pieces of Miss Reed's taillight at the crime scene, to a crime scene photograph taken on February 3rd. Wow. When Trooper Proctor purportedly recovered pieces of her taillight at the scene days later after he had already taken possession of her vehicle. So remember I was asking, when did the pieces appear? Okay, so it was a few days after. It wasn't the next day. I was trying to put the timeline. I don't have it all down perfect in my head of when they got the car and then when that happened. But wow, dude, that's so messed up. The picture, I'm glad that she got both of them and she could catch it. Oh my God, this is crazy. I'm glad I'm reading this because I don't know some of this stuff. Like I said, because I haven't watched all the trial, but I guess I probably did How long was the first trial? Was it 2 months or no? Because if it was 2 months, I guess I'm trying to think how many hours of the trial I did already watch compared to, I don't know. But this is what I don't know. Since the trial's starting Tuesday, instead of trying to catch up with the rest of the parts that I missed, I might as well just watch the new one. But I did watch a lot of the old one the last few weeks. But yeah, I think I might as well just now continue with the the new one. But I'm really glad I'm reading this, though. It's very informative. That's crazy. But good. It's good for Karen. They got this to show. Are they allowed to? I hope they're allowed to show that, like in the trial to the jury. Let's see here. The Alter report replaces Brian Albert's primary cell phone number, the very same number Jen McCabe deleted from her cell phone belonging to Uncle Brian, with a completely different number? You gotta be kidding me. The witness in this case have made repeated attempts to conceal, hide, and erase any reference of Brian Albert's cell phone number in connection with this case. Why? Why are they trying to protect him so much? The revelations obtained from Jennifer's cell phone, taken alone, make Jennifer and Brian prime suspects in this case. However, actions taken by Brian and his family to destroy evidence and engage in witness intimidation over the course of the last year should be extremely troubling to this court and unquestionably further support the necessity of immediately issuing a summons for Brian Albert's cell phone and cell records. Wait. So that one that I started reading before, the witness intimidation, which side was that coming from? I do got to read that because I skipped a bunch of it. So maybe I got to figure out what that was. I was thinking maybe it was the Turtle Boy guy, but maybe not. Maybe it's the other side. I didn't realize that they got, okay. That juror one that I was reading, remember where she said she was like afraid I guess she did say it came from both sides. She was afraid from like going either side, but so it was probably for both. Where am I at? Wow. Unquestionably favorable support the necessity. Oh wait, did I read this? However, actions taken by Brian and his family to destroy evidence and engage in witness intimidation over the course of the last year should be extremely troubling to this court and unquestionably further support the necessity of immediately issuing a summons for Brian Albert's cell phone and cell records. First, as set forth more fully in defendant's motion for order, clerk's office, the defense has obtained evidence that Brian Albert rehomed his canine German Shepherd dog Chloe to some unknown location in the months following O'Keefe's death. Considerable circumstantial evidence suggests that Brian Albert's dog was responsible for the scratch and or bite marks on O'Keefe's right arm. It is not a coincidence that Brian Albert got rid of his family dog of 7 years due to a reported violent skin piercing incident 4 months after O'Keefe's death. That's what he said when he's questioned about that, like getting rid of his dog. And he says they got rid of it because he attacked him, like after the something happened after his death. The dog attacked somebody or whatever. I'm using the word attacked, but I don't, in a way, hurt somebody, probably bit somebody. That's what they say. So, but I mean, both could be true. I mean, maybe he did because that dog's known to do that, I guess. Probably it sounds like. I think they were having, issues with him. And then I think I'm perfect because if he is involved in the O'Keefe thing, that covers up, for them to be able to like test. I mean, I guess they could have still got the dog and maybe tested stuff, but yeah, they wouldn't. I don't think the judge was going to let him, right? They took a mold. Wait, hold on. I'm remembering the court hearing. They're talking about that they took them. Didn't they take a mold of? Didn't the state take a mold or something of Chloe's teeth and then claim that the marks couldn't have been her or something? Why am I remembering something like that? They were talking about that in the hearing. Okay, second, on September 27th, the defense counsel for the first time publicly accused that the Alberts in open court of being implicated in the murder of O'Keefe. And when I'm saying that, I'm not saying I believe him. feel like the state's shady just because they say that. I'm not saying that I think that. I think it looks like a freaking dog bite and scratch that I do think it could be that dog. But what I'm saying is, didn't they talk about that in the hearing, you guys? Or did I dream that last hearing that they had last week? Because they were trying to get what was it, a motion to try to get the expert. It was one of the defense wanted to bring somebody in as an expert for the dog bite, and she wouldn't let him be an expert because I guess not qualified or whatever to be an expert. But then that brought up where they were going over like, oh yeah. Oh wait, why are you done chatting? What do you mean? Well, wait, are you done chatting because you're upset? I don't understand. I know. That's what I said. I don't trust the state anyway. You're probably just talking in general to everybody. But it keeps seeming like you're everything I say, it's a response to what I'm saying. So I keep thinking it's like coming to me. But it's like I'm agreeing with you. The only reason I'm like, I guess I'm a little bit paranoid and defensive because people all the time misunderstand me and then they'll comment and it's like, no, like that's what I was saying. And I don't know why that drives me nuts because it'll be like, not you. I'm just saying, like, when people like misunderstand me and they're like arguing with me, and I'm not saying you're arguing vanity. I'm not talking about something else now. It's other people here. Well, it sounds like they're like arguing with me for something that I'm like saying the same thing that they said, or like they misunderstood something I said. So I always feel like sometimes I'm not good with my words to explain stuff right, where people take it wrong with what I'm trying to say. Like I'm not saying it right or something. So like I think that's why I'll catch on to comments like this where I'm like, well, wait, let me make sure. Like, no, that's not what I was saying. But okay, so where are we at? No alter, delete, destroy in any way, manipulate any electron. I forget where I left off here. On September 22nd, defense counsel for the first time publicly accused the Alberts in open court of being implicated in the murder of O'Keefe. Wow, so on September 22nd, they openly On September 23rd, Judge Krupp ordered Deputy District Attorney Adam Lally to notify, among others, Brian Albert, Jennifer McCabe, Nicole Albert, Matthew McCabe, and Colin Albert not to alter, delete, destroy, or in any way manipulate any of the electronic data associated with any cell phones used by the Alberts McCabe's in and or around the time of O'Keefe's death. Wow. On September 23rd, order to preserve electronic evidence. Less than 2 weeks later, on October 16th, Brian Albert's brother, Tim Albert, publicly threatened to ruin anyone who crossed his family. I stand by my family 100%. You don't F with them. You do, and I won't hesitate to make you the most miserable person. It's a promise. Tim Albert is a grown man with 2 brothers in law enforcement. Brian Albert, head of the fugitive unit for the Boston Police Department. Kevin Albert, a lead detective with the Canton Police Department. The Alberts are not above the law. If Tim Albert has no problem publicly threatening and intimidating witnesses on the Facebook because his brother, Brian Albert, was accused of being implicated in O'Keefe's murder, it's terrifying to imagine what the Alberts are capable of behind closed doors. As of the filing date of the motion, 6 months after the original post, Tim Albert's threat remains displayed on his public profile. Wow. Dang it. Hold on one second. Okay. Hold on 1 second. Where are we at? The Alberts are not above the law. If Tim Albert has no problem publicly threatening and intimidating, Tim Albert has no problem publicly threatening and intimidating witnesses on Facebook because his brother, Brian Albert, was accused of being implicated in O'Keefe's murder. It's terrifying to imagine what the Alberts are capable of behind closed doors. As of the filing date of this motion, 6 months after the original post, Tim Albert's threat remains displayed on his public profile. Wow. Third, law enforcement never conducted a search of the Alberts' residence and or their fenced-in backyard to determine whether there was any evidence that an altercation had occurred between O'Keefe and or any of the partygoers on the night of question. On November 17th, mere months after the defense first publicly accused the Alberts of being implicated in O'Keefe's murder, Brian made the decision to list his childhood home and longtime residence for sale, which has been in the Albert family for multiple generations. According to public records, the Alberts accepted an offer on the house exactly 3 months after it was listed. Wow. On February 17th, 2023. The sale is currently pending. Wow, dude. Hold on 1 second. Brian's decision is to transfer documented ownership of his longtime family. I already did. Oh, yeah, no, I didn't read that. It's additional evidence of consciousness of guilt. Brian's decision to transfer documented ownership of his longtime family residence is yet additional evidence of his consciousness of guilt. Jennifer McCabe and Brian Albert have engaged in a demonstrable pattern of attempting to manipulate, conceal, and destroy evidence that might expose their involvement in Keefe's murder. All right, hold on 1 second, guys. I gotta go to the bathroom. So I'm gonna play another video while I go back. Gotta go to the bathroom. I've been holding it. Hold on. I'm sorry today. I have been a little bit distracted. We already did the Turtle Boy video, right? Oh, let's do this one. Here, I got this video. Looks good. It's called What Lawyers Will Be Allowed to Say and Not Say in Opening Statements. Okay. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah, I've been ready.
Oh, it's only 2 minutes and 46 seconds, though. Gosh darn it, I need more time than that. Dang it. I do want to play that, but let me see if I could find a longer one just really quick so I have time. So here's another one. What's this one? Karen Reed's attorneys face tight deadlines. Okay, hold on that. Or this one's kind of interesting. Here, I'm going to play this one. Here.
jury could not decide on all of the charges, whether Karen Read was a heartless killer or a hapless scapegoat. But in 4 short days, despite the defense's best efforts to get the case dismissed, a new jury will be picked to hear the exact same evidence. That is not to say that nothing is different from the first trial, or should I say mistrial. For starters, the lead investigator in the case is out of a job. Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor was fired, quote, dishonorably discharged, end quote. And that just happened last week. He was dumped for having sent crude and misogynistic text messages about the subject that he was investigating, Karen Read. And he did it during the investigation. Oh, and also he was found to have shared confidential details of the case with unauthorized people. Oh, and also they discovered he'd been drinking on duty and driving his police cruiser after drinking on duty. So he's on the outs. Another key difference from last time, the people who may be called for jury duty next week are far more likely this time round to have heard Karen Read's version of what happened the night her boyfriend died. And that is because Karen Read herself opened up and told her entire story to Investigation Discovery. Even though she didn't take the witness stand in her last trial, she's talking now in a docuseries that just dropped called A Body in the Snow. And yes, here's a look.
Karen Read is accused of hitting John O'Keefe with her SUV and leaving him to die in the snow.
Their relationship was not a happy one.
Not a single witness actually saw this happen.
There's a whole other side of the story.
This is funny, Ms. Read.
They've got her guilty already.
So, did you drive your car into John?
Doing this film is my testimony. I want to say what happened exactly as it happened. John was a Boston police officer. We went to the bar with a bunch of cops. Jen McCabe invited us to the Alberts. Last I ever talked to him when he got out of my car at Brian Albert's house.
Everybody liked Karen, and everything changed.
He was found dead on the lawn of another police officer.
This is one of their own, and that raises the stakes.
Miss Read stated that she hit him 3 times. I hit him. I hit him.
I hit him.
That statement doesn't appear on any of the tapes.
They were shocked.
I am not on trial. I am a witness.
It's impossible to have any sympathy. They're all lying.
She'd smile or laugh.
She's posing for pictures.
Her behavior, in conjunction with the hard evidence, points in one direction.
DNA evidence placed parts of John on Karen's car.
Feels like I'm in a bad dream. This can't be real.
She was angry. She had been drinking.
How many calls?
There was over 50.
What did you text about going through Karen Read's phone?
No news so far.
There were gasps.
One of the most uncomfortable moments of this entire trial.
Shame on you, sir.
Elle magazine wants to feature me.
She was the happiest murder defendant in America.
You're either pro Karen Read or you are pro police.
It's become a civil war.
This justice system will never be the same after this.
I can't believe what's happening to me.
Yeah, it is good. And that brings me to the third and most jaw-dropping change from the first Karen Read trial. Her defense team has a brand new member this week, an attorney who literally had a front row seat for Karen's first trial, because that attorney was actually a juror and sat on the panel in Karen Read's first trial. Did you get all that? Crazy. Her name is Victoria George, and she was an alternate juror. So because of that, she didn't deliberate with the others. But still, she says what she saw and heard during Karen's first trial shook her faith in the system. And now she says she wants to help prevent what she calls a miscarriage of justice. And so now I turn, as I often do when my head is spinning, to my friend Mark Garagos, criminal defense attorney and co-host of 2 hit podcasts, Reasonable Doubt and 2 Angry Men. Okay, happy Friday, Mark Garagos. More than 6 million people have seen that docuseries. And I can't help but think if it hurts her. Do you think it helps her Or do you think she did a disservice to herself by sitting for the doc?
No, I think it actually helps her, or it will help her. I think plenty of people have seen it. I think your setup piece was accurate in that it's polarizing in a lot of ways. But I also think that in a lot of ways, I don't understand how they're retrying this case. So it's strange to me. There's a lot of strange things. I love the fact that Alan Jackson has added a alternate juror to his defense team. I have hired both jurors after the fact and on more than one occasion. I have never added a juror onto the defense team a second time around. I've just hired them the second time around.
I totally get that part, right? If you're lucky enough to have a juror who will make him or herself public and then join the team. But man, oh man, I have never heard of a lawyer who has sat on a panel and then joined a second trial. Is it ethical? Is that juror, I mean, I'm assuming she's allowed to do it because she's on the team. But I mean, I suppose the question I have is like, it's got to come up in voir dire, right? Like this has all got to come up in voir dire for people sitting on the panel. Did you see the documentary? And what about this lawyer?
Well, I don't know. I was contemplating the ethics of it. I can't think of. I suppose you might have some head scratching if it had been a juror who was deliberating, but I'm not so sure about that. I can't think of a better focus group, so to speak, than a lawyer who is an alternate, who then is going to be able to give the perspective of what happened in the first trial. So to that extent, I embrace it, and I think it makes a whole lot of sense. Remember, this is one of those circumstantial evidence whodunit cases that captivates people. I always say that these kinds of cases are the ones where they become polarizing. They become things where people want to do the investigation. And it's interesting to have lawyers on those kinds of cases. I think back to Scott Peterson, the foreperson of Scott Peterson's case before he was removed over our objections was a lawyer who was also a doctor. And he had a lot of questions about that circumstantial evidence case. And we wanted people who were rational, who were not going to be swayed by emotion. And so a lot of times in circumstantial evidence cases, you want lawyers on your jury. And I'm sure having that added perspective of having sat through this case once is invaluable. So I think it's a master stroke.
And I also hear engineers, because engineers like to connect things. They don't like chasms that they have to leap over. In their work, they connect. But let me ask you this. Trooper Michael Proctor was the lead investigator in Karen's case. And when he took the stand in that first murder trial, it was catastrophic. All this ugliness was coming out about him, going through her pictures on her phone and texting awful, nasty things about her private parts he's gone, right? He's been fired. But that doesn't mean that he won't be called as a witness, right? I just wonder if it's worth it to the state to do that, knowing the blistering cross-examination that would come next and what the jury would think of him.
Well, I'm not so sure that this time around he would actually testify. I think if called, depending on who calls, he may just invoke the Fifth. I've had that. Once again, I always tell war stories, but I remember Judge Schnegg, when she was on the bench in LA Superior Court, I actually got a cop on the stand to invoke the Fifth, and to quote her, that's a turd in the punch bowl. And that is potentially what you might have in a case like this. This guy's got some exposure. Part of what the evidence seems to suggest is that he had some culpability either before, during, or after. And I'm not making the accusation. I'm just kind of reiterating what the evidence tended to suggest. Not the least of which is, I think you described him as misogynistic. He's kind of just an a-hole.
Well, that's one way to put it, yeah. So let me ask you this. Does the defense call him? That sounds crazy, but does the defense call him and say, Let's have your texts, sir, because really I think where the defense is strongest is trying to point to some kind of conspiracy among cops and a big blue wall of silence and people who are out to get her. It ain't like we haven't seen this in this jurisdiction before. The Canton Police Department is embroiled in the Sandra Birchmore catastrophe as well, a young girl who they said took her own life. She didn't. And the 6 cops there went along with it. And one of them had impregnated her. And so he's up on charges now. So I know you can't bring all that into her case, but you could certainly dabble in that if you called Trooper Proctor, right?
Well, by the way, I can't think of a reason not to call him if you're the defense. The integrity of the investigation is always an issue. Here you have, so basically, my client didn't do it, is what Alan is going to argue. And if you believe that the cops set it up, here is Exhibit A, B, and C all rolled into one. So absolutely. I just don't know if they are actually going to get this person to testify, because if he's got a lawyer who's got some neurons firing, he's going to probably invoke.
Yeah. Let me ask you this. I'm still surprised the case is going forward, not for the reason that you mentioned off the bat, which is why are they retrying her? They literally had a jury panel that had decided she didn't murder. It's just that they didn't pull the jury and get it on the record. So here we go again. But that's under appeal still. And if by any chance that appellate action is successful, what happens with the process we're going into next week?
Well, if it was successful, you can raise once in jeopardy at any time. And that's what the argument is. The argument is they can't go forward on the greater charge because she was found not guilty in order to get to the lesser charge, which they hung on. If that's the case, I still am perplexed, and I've never talked to Alan about it as to why the jury was not, why they did not inquire as to the verdict. In order to hang, so people understand, you go down like rungs of a ladder. In order to get to the count that they hung on, you had to acquit on the higher count or the greater count. Why the judge didn't on her own sua sponte, I'll invoke a little Latin on Friday night, or at the request of the defense or the prosecution, poll the jury about that. I don't understand. Maybe I'm not in the weeds enough, but that has always perplexed me.
Always. Poll the jury. I mean, I am not a lawyer, and I know that's rule 101 at the end. You've got to poll the jury, even if it's a mistrial. If it's if you get a guilty, you've got to poll the jury. Sometimes someone stands up and says, I feel awful about this. I was pushed into doing this. Yeah, I'm shocked they didn't. But I do understand that the form is weird, and they may actually be changing it in this jurisdiction. It's that you can only check the box if it's guilty. If it's not guilty, you move past the box, and therefore it looked as though it just hadn't been deliberated, but you're right. They did deliberate it. They said they got there, and they said, we didn't find her guilty of murder.
And that was not the only time in that trial that Alan Jackson raised some issue, and they kind of scratched their heads there and say, well, their answer was one of my favorite answers. We've always done it this way. They couldn't explain it, but they just default to we've always done it this way. And that's one of the reasons I like going into other jurisdictions to try cases, because it gives you a perspective. You get kind of, sometimes you can't see the forest for the trees, so to speak.
I love the fact that you spent your Friday night with me. Mark Garagos, thank you for this. I appreciate it.
Always, always, Ashley. Have a great weekend.
Okay, guys, I got to find some information real quick, kind of emergency situations. I'm going to play another video before I read and look up something, because I got to find something here real quick. All right, hold on. Let me find another video. I'm sorry, guys. It's going to take me a minute to find it. Oh, I know what I could do. I'm going to do that timeline one where it goes through it. Hold on. That's a good one, actually. I watched it earlier. It just kind of goes through everything. You guys probably might even really enjoy it better than me reading that anyway. Okay, here you go.
Karen Reed left the courthouse after posting bail, charged with hitting her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe, with her SUV early Saturday morning and leaving him in a snowbank.
I am disappointed in the rush to judgment against my client.
Reed was in a 2-year relationship with the officer. Last Friday night, say prosecutors, the couple went to 2 bars in Canton before being invited to an after party at this Canton home. Prosecutors say she dropped O'Keefe off and left because she was having stomach issues.
She stated that she dropped the victim off. She made a 3-point turn in the street and left. Did not see the victim enter the house. She indicated that she first observed the broken taillight in the morning and did not know how she broke it.
Prosecutors say when O'Keefe didn't return home, Reed repeatedly texted him and asked 2 friends to return to the house in Canton. They discovered his body at the height of the blizzard near a fire hydrant, skull fractured, severe cuts to his arms, eyes swollen shut, and suffering from hypothermia. And when a female paramedic arrived,
She arrived on scene, observed the victim's condition, went to speak to the defendant in regard to any sort of prior medical issues or causality of the injuries that she observed to his face, to which the defendant then made several statements to her indicating, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
I think that there was a lot of political pressure on this district attorney's office to bring charges in light of the fact that a police officer was the victim here.
the alleged details unfolded in a courtroom packed with officers and members of 2 families visibly upset. O'Keefe was the guardian of a niece and nephew, while Reed is an adjunct professor at Bentley University. Do you want to say anything?
No comment.
Neither family would speak as they left, but the head of the Boston Police Department says they're all trying to process this tragedy.
Lose anybody, any member, and especially in circumstances like this, it's tough.
In this dash cam footage, you can hear Karen Reed screaming, then see her running, apparently in distress, as Canton police respond after she discovered her then boyfriend John O'Keefe's body in a snowbank. Karen addressed that video after court.
Yeah, I've seen it many times, and it's difficult each time.
Prosecutors say Reed is the person who put O'Keefe there, hitting him with her car hours earlier and leaving him to die in the cold in January 2022. After opening statements, 3 witnesses testified Monday: John's brother Paul, his wife Erin, and the first responding officer.
Miss Reed was visibly upset. She kept saying, this is all my fault. This is my fault. I did this.
Then in the early hours after John's body was discovered, his sister-in-law Erin described her phone calls with Karen Reed.
Asked her, I said, what the hell happened last night?
Erin O'Keefe told jurors she and Karen were very close, even that Reed confided in her a month earlier that she had caught John kissing another woman. But it was those comments following John's death that made Erin's head turn.
She told me that she had to remember the bad times, which struck me as an odd comment to say. She said, I don't think I'm ever going to see you guys again.
Remember, this is just the prosecution's case so far. If you ask Karen Reed's defense attorneys, they say
Karen Reed was framed for a murder she did not commit.
And on this first day, the defense team did not cross-examine any witnesses, but they will cross-examine that Canton police officer who testified first thing tomorrow morning.
Thankful that we have the team we have.
William Reed leaving court after the second day of testimony in his daughter's murder trial focused on what Karen Reed said after she found John O'Keefe's body lifeless in the snow.
I hit him. I hit him.
Is he dead?
Each time she said, is he dead? What was her tone of voice?
Screaming very loudly.
First responders recounted seeing Reed with blood on her face after she gave John CPR. Then they say she admitted hitting him. But the defense team called police out for inaccuracies on reports from that day, asked why they never searched inside that house, and questioned them about another officer who allegedly brought a leaf blower and blew around the snow looking for evidence.
You certainly didn't see 45 pieces of broken plastic or taillight material, did you?
No. Even one piece of broken plastic.
I did not.
Experts tell us while the defense spends time poking holes in the police response, the words Karen said immediately following the discovery of John's body are crucial to the prosecutor's case.
tend to believe that in that moment, Karen Reed's going to be more truthful than she would be 36 hours later, let's say, when sitting in front of a police officer and being interrogated, right? She's got more time to reflect. Prosecution's theory, more time to sort of back off of what she said and try to distance herself from those remarks. But in the moment, it's pretty powerful that she was saying to first responders, I hit him.
And Reed's defense lawyers also asked one of those paramedics if he thought John O'Keefe's injuries could be from something other than a car, like a fight, for example. He told them he couldn't say.
A long day of testimony revisiting the tragic day a couple years ago that led to this. Karen Reed accused of killing her Boston police officer boyfriend John O'Keefe in 2022. With this SUV, jurors got an in-person look at when they visited the scene. The Canton home, where she allegedly hit him with the vehicle and left him in the driveway. Part of the interior removed. In the back, a broken light. Reed herself seemed upbeat about the jury field trip.
We'll get a very good perspective.
This was after a tense morning between her attorneys and Canton firefighter Katie McLaughlin. This photo showing the two together at the scene the morning after it happened.
She said, I hit him. She repeated it.
Reed's attorneys calling McLaughlin's credibility into question, bringing up her connection to the daughter of the Boston police officer who owned this home at the time where O'Keefe's body was found.
I would say that we have mutual friends, so we might see each other occasionally because of mutual friends, but we don't have a one-on-one friendship.
Other testimony focusing on Reed's demeanor at the scene. So frantic, paramedics thought she needed psychiatric help.
Because she made threats against her life. Her emotional state was all over the place.
Another firefighter said Reed told him she and O'Keefe had been fighting.
She had said that they had gotten into an argument. She was sad because that was the last thing she had said to him.
We know the truth. My daughter was factually innocent, and it's tough for me to hear some of this.
Karen Reed herself did not join jurors for their trip to the scene in Canton. On the way out of court, she was asked if she would have wanted to. She said, no, I've already been there.
You've got to get here, okay?
Okay.
Emotional moments inside court as the O'Keefe family listens to the 911 call from the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022. That call came from Jennifer McCabe when she, Karen Reed, and Kerry Roberts found John O'Keefe's body outside 34 Fairview Road in Canton. In the background, you can hear Karen screaming.
And who's that in the background? Is that someone related?
Okay, that's his girlfriend. No, I think she's passed away.
Testimony revealed that Karen Reed became suicidal in the hours that followed. Her father called police on her.
Threats to take her own life.
Karen, what was it like for you to hear those 911 calls?
I've heard those many times too, Christine.
Okay.
They're not easy, but they're revealing.
Monday's witnesses focused mostly on an unusual and challenging police investigation in tough weather. Officers blowing the snow off of possible blood evidence, then collecting it in a neighbor's borrowed Solo cup and transporting it in a Stop and Shop bag. Also, allegations from the defense that officers actually damaged Karen Reed's taillight in the investigation.
During the removal process, that light was broken even more.
No.
And the afternoon ended with Canton Sergeant Michael Lank on the stand, but without the jury present. He was testifying to a previous relationship with the homeowners at Fairview Road. Now, it hasn't been decided yet whether or not that previous relationship will actually be admitted in front of the jury. We expect to find out tomorrow.
Something out of the ordinary, like a black blob in the ground by the flagpole.
And there it is, the first witness to place what could be John O'Keefe's body on the front lawn of 34 Fairview Road shortly before 2 a.m. on January 29th, 2022.
5 or 6 feet, like long.
Julie Nagel is among the group of Brian Albert Jr.'s friends who were over the house for his birthday that night. She, friend Sarah, Brian's sister Caitlin Albert, and her boyfriend Tristan Morris all testified Tuesday. Nagel says she was getting a ride home from Jen McCabe that night when she alerted her friend to something on the lawn in this spot she indicated.
I did say out loud, I was like, I think I might have saw something.
But she was drunk, she says, and the defense pointed out this observation was first noted in October of 2022 to Trooper Michael Proctor, months after Karen Reed was indicted for murder.
You've never mentioned that this black object was 5 or 6 feet long until the last hour or so when Mr. Lally questioned you about it, correct?
Yes.
This revelation came after a half day of testimony from others about who saw whom, where, and when, and what many didn't see.
Against that white snow, did you see a black baseball cap?
I did not.
Absolutely not.
No.
Did you see a black sneaker?
I did not.
No.
Did you see a 6'2", 220-pound man sprawled out right in front of you on that lawn?
I did not.
No, I did not.
No.
But jurors left the day with the revelation of that black blob on the lawn, a piece of evidence defense attorneys squashed on their way out of court.
Her credibility is completely shot.
Do you think this is a made-up story?
Yeah, I think it's a made-up story.
Are all
Driving this person. A nice guy, a good guy.
That's Colin Albert on the stand talking about John O'Keefe. He was 17 when John died and has been pegged by defense attorneys as a possible suspect.
I don't know what you mean by intent.
I said in my opening statement, it is not up to us to solve this case. We think that there are, multiple suspects that the police completely failed to investigate.
Before Colin took the stand, his friend Allie McCabe did. They're connected in this family tree through mutual cousins, but they're not related. She spoke about harassment her family has faced.
People showing up at our house, people emailing my school. Just like a lot of harassment.
Which is why she later screenshotted texts with Colin from that night to prove when he left the house, she says.
He was not at the house when John was there, so I drove him home. So people are harassing him saying he was at the house when it's not true.
Witnesses earlier testified to seeing a man and a woman, and then just a woman, in a car outside the home that night. The prosecution wants the jury to believe that's because John was already in the snow. The defense suggests he was inside the house, and Colin could have been there with him.
Point in time on the evening of January 28th into January 29th, 2022, did you see Mr. O'Keefe anywhere?
No.
There were two people from inside 34 Fairview that night that have yet to testify. That's Jen and Matt McCabe. And remember, Jen was with Karen in the morning when John's body was discovered as well. So we expect to hear from them soon. But first, Colin Albert will be back on the stand for cross-examination.
I will beat the I promise you, I will
These videos taken by Colin Albert in high school played before the jury as the defense worked to paint him as a kid with a propensity for fighting.
That was a threat, wasn't it?
Yes.
But Colin claims he's never been in a fight, not with anyone but his brothers. The defense also showed this picture, taken 28 days after John O'Keefe's death. See Colin's knuckles?
And I was walking up the driveway and I slipped down the driveway and I tried to catch myself, but I had something in my left hand. So I had tried to brace myself with my right hand and I ended up sliding a little bit down the driveway.
After Colin, it was Matt McCabe's turn to testify, filling in yet another witness in the long list of people at or near that after party. McCabe said he kept looking outside for O'Keefe and Reed that night. He saw Karen's car outside in 3 different positions and a wave of tire marks in the snow.
I looked out again because it'd been a few minutes. Again, 2, 3, 4 minutes. I'm not sure how long, but it'd been a few minutes and we thought it was weird they hadn't come into the house.
And they never did, he says. He didn't know why until the next morning.
I woke up to screams in my bedroom.
And Friday, jurors will find out why when Matt is on the stand again, followed by his wife, Jen McCabe. What do you hope to get out of Jen McCabe?
Same thing I'm hoping to get out of every witness, a little bit of truth.
So why does Jen McCabe's testimony matter so much? Well, she was one of 2 women who were with Karen Reed when John O'Keefe's body was discovered. Also, there's been some controversy around an alleged Google search Jen McCabe did regarding how long it takes to die in the cold.
She grabbed my hands and she said, Google hypothermia, Google how long it takes to die in the cold.
The Google search at the center of the defense's case, Jen McCabe says she made after 6 a.m. because Karen Reed told her to. The woman who discovered John O'Keefe's body with Karen told her version of the story Friday, starting with the early morning phone call from Karen.
She tells me that John didn't come home, they got into a fight, and that she left him at the waterfall.
But that didn't make sense, Jen said. She had seen Karen and John's car outside the 34 Fairview after party. Then on the phone,
She was saying, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And then she proceeded to say that she had a cracked taillight.
so they went out to search. On the drive, Jen told jurors Karen was hysterical, talking about other women John O'Keefe had dated years prior. As they pulled near the house, Karen screamed, "There he is," and bolted out the car. The three women then discovered O'Keefe's lifeless body on the lawn, covered in snow.
I saw Carrie wiping the snow off of John's face, and I could not believe that that was John laying there.
Still hysterical, the women tried to warm John, performed CPR, and called 911. Once paramedics arrived, Jen McCabe told jurors Karen's words were clear.
3 times, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
But Karen's attorney says Jen will have a lot to answer for when it's his turn to ask questions, including what time that Google search really happened.
There are more holes in her story than a fishing net.
Now, there is no court on Monday in this case, so cross-examination will take place first thing Tuesday morning. Karen Reed's attorney tells me he's not worried about all the time the jury has over the weekend to think about what they just heard.
You're spinning all of this.
Ma'am, I do a lot of things.
Yeah.
I don't spin. There's a judge here to make sure that I don't spin. I'm asking you a question. It's very direct.
That tense and at times hostile back and forth defined the 4 hours of Jen McCabe's cross-examination Tuesday. McCabe was with Karen Reed when they found John O'Keefe's body. She testified that she heard Karen say she hit him. Testimony the defense says has changed over the years. Instead, lawyer Alan Jackson painted Jen as the orchestrator of the narrative told by her family and friends.
Have you spoken to them about these events between then and now?
About this case? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, Ms. McCabe, I'm asking about this case.
Of course, I speak to them all the time about the vicious harassment we are all receiving.
Karen Reed's team accused McCabe of an off-the-books meeting with a Canton cop in the days after John's death. And the jury heard for the first time allegations that Jen deleted at least 6 calls she made to John O'Keefe between 12:29 and 12:50 that night.
I believe I used the word butt dials.
You claimed that every one of these calls was a butt dial. Is that right?
Yes.
Defense lawyers believe those deleted calls could provide reasonable doubt for the jury.
Butt dialing is becoming a thing with the Albert clan. Like, how bizarre is that?
And so you say John was in the house, his phone's missing, she's calling him to find his phone.
That's certainly a reasonable interpretation, isn't it?
The jury has yet to hear any cross-examination about that Google search Jen McCabe did about how long to die in the cold. She'll be back on the stand first thing Wednesday morning. Then Carrie Roberts is up next.
What phrase did you put in your phone? I'm just asking you to say it.
Why don't you show me it?
The Google search at the heart of the defense's theory finally addressed as Jen McCabe finished up her 3 days of testimony. How long to die in the cold? Misspelled. According to phone data shown to the jury, it appears Jen Googled it at 2:27 a.m. before John O'Keefe's body was found. Then again at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. But she says that 2 a.m. search never happened.
Hoss long to die in cold. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah, it's been everywhere.
Why does that sound so familiar?
Because you've put it out in social media.
That exchange led to fireworks in court about so-called harassment at the hands of Free Karen Reed supporters, and a bond formed between Jen and the lead investigator's wife, Elizabeth Proctor.
We received calls, people drive by our house. There was a rolling rally outside of my house where people just screamed at us.
McCabe introducing the jury to the fanfare surrounding this case outside and addressing claims that she was the mastermind behind a cover-up.
I never would have left John O'Keefe out in the cold to die because he was my friend that I loved.
There were many tears on the stand Wednesday, some from John's good friend Carrie Roberts. Carrie tearfully watched dash camera video of that morning. She was with Jen McCabe and Karen after Reed called and told her John was dead and hadn't come home. Carrie drove them to 34 Fairview when she says Karen screamed and started kicking the door to get out of the car.
And she ran over to a mound of snow.
That mound of snow was John O'Keefe's buried body.
I ran over and I dug his head out of the snow.
Defendant responded, "You're hot."
That text from Karen Reed began a couple of weeks of flirtation in January 2022. And for 1 hour Friday, jurors listened to dozens of the messages.
You know, I'm not proud of these text messages.
Brian Higgins, an ATF agent who worked out of Canton PD, recounting a texting relationship with Karen in the weeks leading up to John O'Keefe's death and their one physical romantic interaction.
The defendant kissed me,
And how did she kiss you?
not like a friend.
Lip to lip, is that fair to say?
Yes,
Like a romantic kiss?
that's the way I interpreted it.
Then the text continued, Karen confiding that her relationship with John was deteriorating, that she claimed to have seen John kiss another woman on their New Year's vacation, and that she struggled helping raise his kids.
Because I went from being solo to trying to give attention to kids who aren't mine, and I never wanted kids.
The two went through a lull for about a week. Then Higgins fired off a text at the waterfall that night and received this text back from Karen shortly before noon on January 29th.
John died.
Then fireworks at the end of the day as defense attorneys accused him of destroying his phone.
You've destroyed that phone, haven't you?
No, I threw the phone away.
Well, that's destroying the phone, isn't it?
Brian Higgins will be back on the stand first thing Tuesday morning. And Tuesday is the only day of court in this case next week. Also of note, defense attorney Alan Jackson will not be present on Tuesday.
No, what I testified to was that it's.
Did you take the SIM card out of your phone, yes or no?
I don't know.
A contentious cross-examination with Brian Higgins, defense attorneys asking why he extracted his texts with Karen Reed and John O'Keefe, then removed and broke his SIM card and dumped his phone in a military-based trash, despite a preservation request. Higgins said he was concerned about people who had gotten his personal number, and the phone didn't mean much to him.
I'm divorced. I don't have kids. I didn't have the typical memories that somebody would have had.
Higgins, who previously testified to a flirty relationship with Karen, was one of 8 witnesses on the stand in a long day of testimony Tuesday. Among the group, a number of medical professionals and forensic experts who told the jury their tests put Karen's blood alcohol above the legal limit that day, with what defense attorneys called unreliable testing.
If Ms. Reed drank alcohol after 12:45 a.m. and before her blood was drawn at 9:08 a.m., your entire calculation would be invalid.
Yeah.
Some highly anticipated testimony was off camera. John's teenage niece and nephew testified about their 2 years witnessing what the prosecution has called a deteriorating relationship. On the phone the morning of John's death, Karen said, "Maybe I did something. Maybe a snowplow hit him," the niece testified. She said they were in an argument. The defense criticized that decision.
It was desperate and inappropriate for the DA's office to call children to try to prove a non-existent motive that they failed to prove through their adult witnesses.
This was the only day of testimony this week. And next week, there will only be 3 days of court in this case as we enter the 6th week of testimony.
Zero. Absolutely zero impact on this investigation.
That is what State Trooper Michael Proctor tried to convince the jury about his relationship with some witnesses in this case and about the unflattering personal text messages of his he sent over the lifetime of the case.
She's a whack job. See you.
Objection.
So don't spell it. You have to. So these are your words, Trooper Proctor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead and say them.
Yes, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. Said the Alberts beat the out of O'Keefe, left him for dead, and that's why her taillight was cracked. She's gross. Trooper DeChico. Oh, her.
Text to his fellow troopers, his childhood friends, his wife, disparaging Karen Reed, at times mocking her medical condition as he investigated her for murder.
The rest of the unprofessional and regrettable comments are something I'm not proud of, and I shouldn't have wrote in a private or any type of setting.
Before Proctor, 2 other witnesses testified about when Karen's taillight broke. Then Trooper Proctor showed the jury the actual physical taillight itself. But Proctor's texts took over Monday afternoon. These moments were as he testified for the state. Then defense attorney Alan Jackson got 25 minutes to start cross-examination.
Who's the client?
I was referring to Miss Reed, again, unprofessional language.
I'm asking who you're referring to.
Miss
I know
Reed.
You've got an explanation. As an unbiased, objective investigator, the person that you were investigating, you referred to your bosses as correct?
Again, poor language on my part.
Poor language is one way to put it. Shame on you, sir.
That comment, stricken from the record, still hung in the air at the end of Trooper Michael Proctor's cross-examination by defense attorney Alan Jackson. At the center of a second day of testimony, the offensive texts Proctor sent about Karen Reed.
Hopefully, she kills herself. Your figures of speech include the following. She's a
Objection.
Is that right?
Yes.
A whack job, correct?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
No, correct?
Yes.
She's according to you, right?
Yes.
A girl who herself, right?
Correct.
But the focus Wednesday was about more than the insults in those texts, but what they revealed about how Trooper Proctor conducted his investigation into John O'Keefe's death as early as the night after it happened.
But I assume you guys are out to make it cut and dry since it involves cops, correct?
Yes.
And Bird writes, something stinks, correct?
Correct.
And then Trooper Proctor, you responded, yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl.
In 5 hours, the defense asked Trooper Proctor why he never considered other suspects, if he deleted ring video to conceal evidence, and about his friendship with the Albert family. After court, defense attorneys felt Proctor's testimony cemented a future Karen Reed acquittal.
Beyond any reasonable doubt. It's beyond any doubt. I've never seen anything like it. Like everything he's touched has been compromised.
And an important note, today the case lost a juror for personal reasons. So now there's 16 jury members, 10 women and 6 men. The day finished up with Lieutenant Brian Tully on the stand. He'll be back on the stand first thing tomorrow morning.
Commonwealth rests.
After 8 weeks of testimony and 68 witnesses, the state rested its case against Karen Reed. Its final witness, the medical examiner, left the manner of John O'Keefe's death unsolved for the jury, not definitively from a car strike.
Would you agree that his injuries to his face are consistent with having been punched,
That is a possibility.
dragged on the ground,
It's possible.
being struck with a large object such as a baseball bat or a barbell?
It's possible.
Now the defense takes center stage, first with a plow driver who says he plowed Fairview Road multiple times between 2 and 6 a.m. that night.
Did you see anything on the lawn?
Nothing.
See a body?
No.
No body, but he did see a Ford Edge parked out front that arrived between 2:45 and 3 a.m., he says, which the defense believes shows activity at the house when everyone said they were asleep.
John O'Keefe was killed inside that house and drug outside, period.
I do.
To further that theory, Dr. Marie Russell, a retired California doctor who's done research on animal attacks, she reviewed pictures of O'Keefe's arm injuries.
I believe that these injuries were sustained by an animal, possibly a large dog.
Defense attorneys tell WBZ they still plan to call 2 accident reconstruction experts and a different medical examiner, but they think they could rest their case on Monday.
I think we're going to be done on Monday. Yeah, I think we're going to be done on Monday. I think we'll probably
Does that mean closing Tuesday?
I think closing on Tuesday, and then we'll charge the jurors, and they'll have it by maybe end of the day Tuesday.
And court is expected to be 5 full days next week, though if defense attorneys wrap up when they say they're going to, several of those days could be for jury deliberations.
Thank you, Your Honor. With that, the defense rests.
29 days of testimony, 74 total witnesses, and Karen Reed's murder trial is almost in the hands of the jury. The sea of people here to support the defendant increased 5-fold Monday as the case wrapped up.
Way to go, Karen!
That crowd swarming Reed and her team as they leave court.
How do you feel about how the size of this crowd has grown?
Yeah, it's heartwarming. The group comes from all over the country, wearing pink and believing Reed is an innocent victim of a cover-up, framed for the murder of her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe. Reed's lawyer spent the final day of testimony trying to disprove prosecutors' theory that she hit O'Keefe with her car and left him to die in the snow.
It is not, no, sir.
Two expert accident reconstruction witnesses testified for the defense. They recreated multiple versions of the accident and say neither the damage to Reed's Lexus nor John O'Keefe's injuries to his head and arm are consistent with a car crash.
It is not, no, sir.
Your service is complete. I'm declaring a mistrial in this case.
That statement from the judge bringing strong emotion from the mother of John O'Keefe. The O'Keefe family, as well as the Reeds, will have to sit through another trial after the 12-person jury of 6 men and 6 women was unable to reach a unanimous decision in this one.
The deep division is not due to a lack of effort or diligence, but rather a sincere adherence to our individual principles and moral convictions. To continue to deliberate would be futile and only serve to force us to compromise these deeply held beliefs.
The Norfolk County District Attorney's Office releasing this statement immediately after, saying, "We thank the O'Keefe family for their commitment and dedication to this long process. They maintained sight of the true core of this case to find justice for John O'Keefe," saying the Commonwealth intends to retry this case.
The Commonwealth did their worst. Guess what? They failed. They failed miserably, and they'll continue to fail.
10 weeks and 74 witnesses and no closure for those involved. Karen Reed and her lawyers hugged her family before they exited court, just briefly addressing reporters outside.
I want to send a message to all of her supporters out there. Your support was invaluable. Touched, and we ask for your continued support. I'm not from Texas like my colleague here. I'm a Boston kid, but I'll repeat what he said, which is, we ain't got no quit.
Their text to be kept secret.
On mute. Oh, I'm on mute. Never mind. I'm just was talking about the. Oh, and I'm annoyed when I'm always on mute. Okay. Anyway, I'm not gonna repeat it. I can't. I'm just mad. All right. So, oh, I wanted to show you this thing, which I saw this, and then I want to continue reading the rest of that document because I don't have much left. But I just wanted to show you this. This was going around, and hold on. What did I? Oh, I already shared that. I want to hold on. Let me make sure I mark what I shared already. I shared that. Did we do this one? No, this one I still have to do. That's a quick video. Hold on. This one. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I did share this one. Hold on, I'm just trying to mark these. Okay, so oh, that's another one I didn't play yet. That one I did. Okay. This one I did, and this one I did. Okay, so this, have you guys seen this? So the prosecutor, like, it has like their spending and stuff. Is that normal to have that? Like, it shows what, look. So total, this is just this year in 2025, I believe. So they don't, for some reason, they don't have all of 2024. They just have 2025. They've already made 234,545. But question that I had for this is this like include like all the money that goes out for experts and stuff? I was trying to figure out. This isn't just like what they make for a salary, right? Let me see. Broken down by vendor. I guess it's all broken down here. That's crazy though. Oh shoot. I hate when I do that and I can't get it back. I was trying to mess around and I don't know how to get it back. But look, when I do that, it doesn't do anything. Dang it. Attorneys. I just freaking hold on, let me go back. Okay. Yeah, 28,000 April 10th. But I still Norfolk District Attorney 30,000, 52,000, 1,000, 50. But like if this goes towards their experts and stuff, or like stuff they have to pay out, that's what I'm not sure. Why can't I figure this out right now? I'm not sure. 7 transactions, but this isn't telling me crap. Saying attorneys. Can anybody know how to read this? I don't know. And then you could go like the entire ledger where it breaks it, like breaks like all the trust payment, Boston Medical, but this isn't. This is everything from the city. But anyway, all right, let's go back to. I just thought that was interesting that it showed that, but yeah, like maybe it always does. I just never. I don't know. I never requested it or anything. Okay, I want to finish doing this because there were some things in here that I learned, and then I was like, "Whoa, cool! I did not know that, and I'm glad I learned it." Oh, wait a minute! Hold on. Before I do that, I want to read these text messages. Hold on. It was between her and John. I want to just read them. It was from a Reddit, Karen Retrial Reddit or whatever that I got it. I was like, oh, I'm gonna save these and read them. I've never read them all yet. Hold on, let me. I don't know if I should. Yeah, I'll just do it on the Reddit. I had saved them, but I'll just like share it right on the Reddit. Why not? Okay. So, have you guys read them yet? And that was another thing. That one original document that I brought up that was talking about the jurors and the witness intimidation and stuff. That had at the end of it, if I'm remembering, because I got 3 documents. I think it was at the end of that. They had like some text messages between. Who was it? It had some other messages and stuff like that too that seemed interesting. Okay, so that's kind of slow, or not slow. That's kind of small, I should say. Let me make it. Oh wait, that's the wrong one. Hold on. I have to be clicked over here to make it bigger. There we go. Okay, maybe I should. That's why I should have just used my this. Look, well, you could see at least I'm giving credit to the people here, but maybe I will just bring up my files because I can just move it around but yeah, so I can zoom in and stuff. Okay, so at 9:49 a.m. January 28th, right? So that would be that night before that he died, or before it happened. Says, you have really hurt me. Wait, let me see which is which. Does it say who's who? I'm sure we'll be able to figure it out, but I would like to know ahead of time so we just know. Does anybody know right off? Okay, wait. What does that say? I'm just your girlfriend. Oh, it says it right here. It has the J and K. Sorry, I didn't see that. Okay, cool. Sorry, guys. I didn't want to see that. Okay, so Karen says, you have really hurt me this time. And then he says, I'm sorry, this has been an issue with me for 8 years. It physically hurts me to see everyone else in their life do things for them. And I'm forced to always be the bad guy. And then she says, I am not the same as everyone else. Most of the time I try to do what is healthy or smart for them. Oh, because they argued about his kids. So he adopted his niece and nephew because his sister and was it his sister and then brother-in-law, right? They ended up dying like within 4 months of each other. So they had two young kids, where he ended up taking them and adopting them. So they're like his, taking them as his kids. So that's what they're talking about. I guess they would fight because she would spoil them or something, like she would do too much for him, and they'd argue about it, I guess. But let's see what this says. I am not the same as everyone else. Most of the time, I try to do what is healthy, smart for them. More importantly, I try to support you in what you need. You just lashed out at me and said terrible things. I don't know how you've gotten to this point with me when I'm trying my hardest. You made your point and continue to beat me down. I have a lot going on too. Physically, I am falling apart and trying to get answers and help. And this has question mark K. I don't know, they don't know if it's her. It says, I'm just your girlfriend. I'm not a perfect parent. Oh, the time is a question. I'm just your girlfriend. I'm not a perfect parent. I'm trying very hard and sometimes treat them nothing like I used to. It has a little note. What is that note? Oh, I don't know. And then she says, maybe you can call someone. He says, like who? What time are you coming here? What? And no content voice note. So there's a voice note. He relieves. And then she says, I don't know what time. Feel kind of out of it. Just trying to clear my head. And he says, okay. And she says, text me when you guys settle in later. And he says, sure. And then she says, I feel pretty shitty about how this morning went down. I know you said sorry, but it really stung, especially when I've been trying pretty hard lately. I feel like a loser running around just coming back over after everything you said. Running around, just coming back over after everything you said, okay. And he says, not sure what else you want me to do. I said I'm sorry and I was out of line. If you prefer to stay home, I totally get it. And she says, things in my own life have been difficult too, you know. And he says, I know. And then she says, tell me if you're interested in someone else. Can't think of any other reason you've been like this. He says, nope, things have been great between us for a while. Ever consider that? Or haven't been, sorry. Things haven't been great between us for a while. Ever consider that? Kids are here, not in the mood to talk. And then she says, so you're not into it anymore? That's fine, but I don't want to keep trying and you keep treating me like this. I'm trying to hug and kiss you this morning and you whack me in the face with a pillow. Last night, you're basically like, yeah, what about when we talk about the future? So why don't you just admit you're not into it so much anymore? And he says, not how it went down, but okay. And then she says, can you please admit your head is out of the game with us? And he says, sick of always arguing and fighting. It's been weekly for several months now. So yeah, I'm not as quick to jump back into being lovey-dovey as you apparently. Oh my God, stop calling. So she must keep calling. And he's like, oh my God, stop calling. And then she says, then why would you start with me? Then why would you start with me this morning? You're setting me up to fail. And he says, you start a number of fights from your end. I've explained it a few times already, not doing it again. And she says, so you're not into this anymore? And he says, not into fighting all the time, correct? And she says, if you tell me you're interested in someone else, you will never hear from me again. You could have all the space in the world. And he sends her a voice note. And then she says, then stop starting with me. So whatever, I wonder what he says. And then he says, I am not answering. Stop calling. And she says, can you please answer after how you treated me earlier? And he says, niece's name is right here. And she says, you started a rager with me out of nowhere and then tell me you're sick of fighting with me. I'm going to grab a drink in a bit. Can you please answer? And he says, no, Karen, not sure why you need to announce that you're grabbing a drink, but have fun. And she says, see if you want to meet later. Seeing if you want to meet later. Can you please call me? He says, have to take them to the doctor. He has practice. And she says, yeah, 5 minutes. And he says, my father just walked in. And she says, okay, can you please call me for 2 minutes? And he says, not right now. And she says, I'm there when anyone else needs me. Yes, John, you gave me utter grief this morning. I like you to call me for blank minutes. I've been trying to get over the hump with, wait, hold on. I've been trying to get over the hump with his arguing, and now you tell me you're not into things and you don't want to fight weekly, but fly off the handle at 8 a.m. with me, like you're setting me up to fail. And then, wait, what time was that? Hold on. So that was at 2:47 p.m. And then at 3:30, she said, so you must not have responded at all. And then she says, hello. And then he said at 3:35, he says, hi. And then she says, okay, let me know if you end up leaving. And he says, why? Now you're not coming? Oh, so this is hours later. So they probably had talked on the phone in between time, it sounds like, because this is 7:41 p.m. She says, okay, let me know if you end up leaving. He says, why? You're not coming? Now you're not coming? And she says, I'm waiting for the plumber. I actually think he's in the driveway. And he says, we're taking Mike's car, so I'm relying on you for a ride home if he leaves. And she says, he's not going home after? And he says, 8 on Friday. He may have to get Michael. You have a plumber coming over at 8? Knowing me and Pap could have handled it? Good luck. She says, yeah, but he lives right down the road. And he says, Karen, this storm is going to be intense. Can't drive. She says, okay, well, if he can't, he can't. And he said, John says, I'll do it Monday. And she says, I better not still have this problem on Monday. And he says, you plan on being there? And he says, she says, I'd like to know I can take a hot shower here if I need to. And then he says, figured you'd be in Canton until Monday. I'm getting off my phone. Let me know what you're doing. Oh, that's why he said, are you planning on being there? Because he's expecting her to be with him. Sounds like, okay. He says, I'm getting off my phone. Let me know what you're doing. And then she says, I think the 4 of us together is toxic to this relationship. Would like to limit it. You've said so yourself for probably a year now. So who are they talking about? Mike? Said Mike and who? 4. They're talking about some 4 of us. I'd like to know who that is. He mentioned Michael. Who can somebody fill me in on who these are? But is Michael, but who's the 4th one? And I don't know who Michael is. Where are we at? So I think you said for yourself for probably, you've said so yourself for probably a year now. So to Karen saying, like, I think the 4 of us toxic. Would you like to limit it? Because you said you're so yourself for probably a year now. And John says, blizzard tomorrow. Nobody is going anywhere. And Karen says, maybe I'll come back late tonight. Bad snow is in the early AM. I'll head up there in a few minutes. Let me know if you leave. And he says, sure. And then at 12:55 a.m., she says, I'm going home. See you later. Your kids are effing alone. I'm back in Mansfield. Oh, so, okay. So this is supposedly this would be after she murdered him, waiting in the driveway for him to come out of the Albert's house. Right? That's when this would be. So she says, I'm going home. See you later. So that kind of matches up. She's waiting for him to come out. He doesn't come out. Okay, I'm going home. See you later. Your kids are effing alone. Like, okay, your kids are alone. Somebody needs to go home to him. I'm going. I'm back in and then at 1:04, I'm back in Mansfield. The kids are home alone. Wait, right? Isn't this the day of the said 129? This is the day of the murder, right? Or the murder. It's not a murder. Oh, yeah, it would be a murder probably. Who knows what it is, but isn't this that day? I thought it said 129. Okay. Why is she saying the kids are home alone? How could she be back there already? 7. I'm a little bit confused about that. Huh. Why am I confused? Because how long did it take her to get back there? Okay, so let me bring up this document. I want to finish reading this because I want to read it. I'm going to read it anyway. Might as well read it to you guys. Okay, let me take these out of my ear. Where are we at? Where am I? I forget where I left off. Right here. Oh yeah, Jennifer McCabe and Brian Albert have engaged in a demonstrable pattern of attempting to manipulate, conceal, and destroy evidence that might expose their involvement in O'Keefe's murder. As discussed below, Ms. Reed's constitutional right to obtain exculpatory evidence and defend herself at a trial require that this court issue a pretrial summons for Mr. Albert's cell phone and corresponding cell carrier records for the critical 9-day period commencing on January 28th, okay, and ending on February 5th. And this note says the Albert residence, which is located, okay, was built in 1974, purchased by Bernard and Mary Albert in 1975. In 2010, Brian and Nicole purchased the residence from Brian Albert's parents, and then they sell it. It just doesn't seem right, right? Oh, I didn't even have this whole time. I didn't have it up. Dang it. I didn't have the messages up. Did I? Did I have this? Gosh, I hate that. No, I just looked over it. It was me, but did I have them up before? I'm so mad at myself when I do this stuff. When I'm looking over here, I don't think to see what's going on over here. But oh well. If I read them without them, oh well. But then that means you're staring at my face. I probably just reading and like not even looking at the camera. I'm looking over here. Anyway, oh, that was okay. All right, so yeah, that's weird. I don't think they sell that. Why sell? Okay, you get rid of the dog. You sell the house shortly after, about like a year after, within a year. You sell the family home that was built by your family that you purchased from your parents. And then you get rid of your dog that you had for 7 years. Like, this stuff is weird. All of it. So maybe one of it alone or two of it alone is not. But all of that together does make you freaking, it's a lot. It makes you doubt that Karen did this, It basically makes you doubt their story. Out the Alberts and McCabe story. It makes you doubt what they're saying, Anyway, where are we at? So ending in February 5th, the phone, they get the phone. They wanted it from January 28th to February 5th. So the defense can uncover why the witnesses in this case have been so intent on preventing Brian Albert's cell phone number from making it to the hands of the defense in official law enforcement documents. So remember, before I played that video, we were talking about how she took him out of Jen McCabe took Albert out of her contact list, tried to delete it because for some reason to keep his name and number out of this investigation. And then remember the document when they altered it, but Karen received the one that wasn't altered. They changed his phone number to a different number than he had then, like almost like trying to keep whatever was in his phone or him out of it, or whatever was in his phone. Anyway, it's weird. Wait, where am I at? Preventing Brian Albert's cell phone from making. Okay. Preventing Albert's cell phone number from making it into the hands of the defense in official law enforcement documents. So why are they so intent on that? Similarly, Miss Reed is requesting call details records from Jennifer McCabe's cell carrier for a 6-day period spanning January 28th until she turned her phone over to law enforcement for imaging on February 2nd. So, which will undoubtedly reveal text messages and calls that Miss McCabe deleted from her phone in an effort to interfere with the investigation. Argument. Under Commonwealth, a court may issue a pretrial summons for records in the possession of third parties if the party seeking the summons shows that the documents or information is evidentiary and relevant. The documents or information is not otherwise procurable reasonably in advance of trial by exercise of due diligence. The party cannot properly prepare for trial without inspection of the records or information before trial, and that the late disclosure of the information might unreasonably delay the trial, and the application is made in good faith and is not intended as a general fishing expedition. As explained below, the categories of records sought by this motion meet all 4 prongs of the Lampron test. A, the requested records are evidentiary and relevant. To satisfy the first requirement of Lampron, the defendant must make factual showing that the evidence sought has a rational tendency to prove or disprove an issue in the case. Quote in Lampron, blah, blah, meet the standard. To meet the standard, the defendant need not make a showing that records actually contain information that carries, for example, the potential for establishing the unreliability of either the criminal charge or a witness on whose testimony the charge depends. Yeah. Rather, the defendant must only advance in good faith at least some factual basis indicating how the records are likely to be relevant to an issue in the case. CID. Relevance is a broad concept, and any information which tends to establish or at least shed light on an issue is relevant. Okay. Explaining evidence is relevant and admissible if, in connection with the other evidence, it helps a little. Here, Ms. Reed's defense is predicated on, in no small part, on a third-party culpability defense. As discussed above in Section D, infra, the defense has uncovered significant, reliable evidence that not only exculpates. I don't know how to say. I don't know which syllable to stress on there, because exculpatory, exculpate. I don't know. That misread, but also inculpates Jennifer McCabe and Brian Albert. Previously withheld evidence supports Ms. Reed's third-party culpability. Defense and establishes that the government's seminal witness, Jennifer McCabe, Googled house long to die in the cold at 2:27 a.m. January 29th, just 2 hours after Miss Reed last saw O'Keefe exit her vehicle and walk around the Albert residence. Moreover, the only reasonable interpretation of the 80 steps and 3 flights of elevation gain recorded by Apple Health on O'Keefe's cell phone immediately upon his arrival at the Albert residence suggests that he did, in fact, make it into their Albert residence that night, directly contravening McCabe and Albert's claim to police that he never made it inside. The above reliable data-driven evidence undeniably suggests that Jennifer McCabe and Brian Albert are the third parties responsible for O'Keefe's death, and that more inculpatory information will be found in the cell data and records requested. You know what's crazy? I was just watching, and I don't know, why do I think it was that video with that guy I was talking about that does sidebar? I can't remember which one, because I watched a few the last couple of days with Law and Crime and News Nation and Core TV. But why do I remember, and hopefully I'm remembering this right, but he was saying, whoever it was, and I think it was him, he was saying that the phone information, John O'Keefe's phone data, showed that he wasn't in the residence. That's how I swear he said that in the video. Did anybody else see that video? And I think it was that one with that guy, Weber or Webster, what's his name? I forget what you said his name was. I think it was, but somebody on one of those big channels, I swear. And that made me think, and I wanted to look into it, because I'm like, wait, they're saying that John's phone showed that he wasn't in the residence. Like they showed like the tracking, they could tell like where, and it made me wonder, and I wanted to look into it, but that's not what this is saying. Anybody else see that? I'm gonna have to find that and see, because if that's the case, that's crazy that they're presenting it like that. This is presenting it like it does show them in there. I don't know. Okay, let's see where we at. Okay, so the above reliable and data-driven evidence undeniably suggests that Jennifer and Brian are the third parties responsible for O'Keefe's death, and that more inculpatory information will be found in the cell data and records requested. As discussed above, there is undeniable proof that Jennifer McCabe took efforts to sanitize her phone. Well, no, not somebody's testimony, but I believe you on that. It was somebody reporting on it said that the evidence showed that his data, his phone data, he didn't go into the house. But it wasn't during the trial or testimony. It was just a video I was watching, and it was like a more recent video because what I've been trying to do is watch videos. I mean, I have been watching the old videos too from the trial and stuff. But the last couple of days, I've been trying to find current videos to play for you guys for my channel and stuff, like current ones. And it was one of the current ones they were talking about it. It's weird. I was like, I'm glad that now I'm looking more into it because anybody watching that and doesn't look into it, they're gonna be like, oh, and they're gonna have that in their head, thinking, oh well, because that's kind of a big deal. Thinking, oh, it's showing he never his phone data, and even though that's not perfect phone data, but sometimes like that part where GPS could be if it's so close, but then they can make their decision kind of based off of that. Oh, it said he never made it in the house, so maybe Karen is guilty. No, I saw that. We did go over that, Jen. We read that a little bit before we played the video, how he ascended 3 flights of stairs. Yes. And that they said that Albert's had 3 flights of stairs or whatever, but okay. Lynn, where are we at? Undeniable proof that Jen took efforts to sanitize her phone in an attempt to prevent the defense from obtaining information that would have exculpated, misread and inculpated the McCabe Albert family before she turned it over to police, as if the 227 Google search, How's Long to Die in the Cold, weren't inculpatory enough in its own right. The forensic analysis of Miss McCabe's cell phone establishes that she took affirmative steps to destroy evidence by deleting her 2:27 a.m. search, deleting her communications with Brian Albert on January 29th, and deleting evidence that she shared Brian Albert's contact information with someone before turning her phone over to the state police. Brian Albert's cell phone communication and location data spanning from January 28th, the night O'Keefe met the Alberts and McCabes for drinks at the waterfall, to February 5th, the day the Massachusetts State Police completed its initial investigation into the case, will unquestionably lead to relevant, admissible evidence that will shed light on Brian Albert and others' involvement in the O'Keefe's murder and the efforts that were made in the aftermath by the McCabes and Alberts to cover up their crimes. So they're saying Brian Albert's cell phone communications and location data will unquestionably lead to relevant, admissible evidence that will shed light on Brian Albert. Now, remember, this was last year, this document. So did it for you guys watching the trial? Did it shed light on it or no? Shed light on Brian Albert's and others' involvement. Now, the reason I ask, because this is saying the communication, I heard, so I'm learning about some of his communication that he lied about. But the location data, I don't know about that yet. Because like I said, I haven't watched all the testimonies. I watched Albert's, but I didn't watch like some of the technical ones. So what did it show? Let me see. I'm sure they're going to go over it, but I'm curious where it showed him being. The Albert guy. The Albert guy. Brian Albert. Okay, let's see. Miss McCabe's cell phone carrier records January 28th, the night Miss McCabe invited John to the Albert residence for drinks, to February 2nd, the day she turned her phone over to law enforcement, will allow the defense to obtain a record of any calls and or text messages that were successfully deleted from Ms. McCabe's cell phone during the relevant time period, and thus could not be recovered in the forensic analysis of her phone. There could not be record of any or all text messages are successfully deleted from her cell phone and cannot be recovered. Okay. Huh. All right. So all right. Okay. All these freaking things that like just skip like all this, what do you call it? Like source and stuff. Okay. So opining that the confirmed deletion of recent historical call information suggests that McCabe has engaged in efforts to tamper, alter, destroy, and hide information or evidence. Accordingly, the records requested by Ms. Reed are undeniably evidentiary and relevant and unquestionably support her third-party culpability defense. B, the requested records are not otherwise procurable reasonably in advance of trial by exercise of due diligence. Second, Lampron requires that the requested records are not otherwise or just what I just said. Okay. Here, the cell phone records sought from Brian were never turned over to law enforcement. Thus, as set forth in the attached affidavit of Richard Green, the only source from which the defense can obtain the requested information, namely Brian Albert's communication in Google searches, web browsing history, and any data that may have been deleted by the user during the relevant time period, is by conducting a forensic analysis of Brian Albert's actual cell phone. Moreover, call detail records from Verizon Wireless, LLC, and AT&T will show the fact of communication and thus will establish whether there were additional substantive communications that are missing and are deleted from Brian Albert or Jennifer McCabe's cell phone from the period in question. Further, the two primary sources of location data used by experts to track the location of individuals include data obtained from the forensic analysis of cell devices, GPS location. I want to know the GPS. Okay, here we go. Let's see if it says GPS location data stored by cell providers. Unless this court grants the instant request, the defense will not be able to obtain Mr. Albert's communication and location data from the morning of O'Keefe's death, which will shed light on Mr. What do they find out for? Because this document probably is not going to end up giving us that answer, right? Like his location data. Do they get it? Let me see. The defense cannot effectively prepare for trial without these records. Okay. So we're going to skip that because they're just going over why it fits the Lampron. Okay. The instant request is not fishing expedition. Okay, let's see here. So that. Now this is the one. Wait. This is that one that we were going through earlier with the witnesses and stuff. But I feel like it does have some interesting stuff here coming. So talking about like witness intimidation, this juror saying that she feels like almost scared to, like intimidating and scared to have an opinion almost even, and or like to be exposed because then she'll get harassed. And it says, I have seen social media posts that were very demeaning of and attacking the integrity of the trial judge. If someone is going to attack a sitting judge, I can see no reason why they would not demean and attack verbally and physically a juror who sat on this jury. So there's jurors like scared because people are taking pictures and they, of this is the first trial, and then they're being harassed from both sides, depending on their beliefs and stuff. I understand that there are individuals who are upset that an impoundment order was entered and they are actively seeking the identity of all jurors. For example, my attorney have made me aware of a video posted by a blogger journalist whom I understand to be a person who has been charged with witness intimidation. Oh, that's Turtle Boy, right? Related to this case, speaking about the trial and the jury's inability to reach a unanimous verdict on all counts after trial. In the video, the blogger initially states that he has identified the jury foreperson in the case. Not only does the blogger state that he has identified the jury foreperson, but also where this person lives and what the person does for a living. The video can be found here. Julie Carr, 94. Huh? In this same video, the blogger demands to know the identity of the idiot on this jury who did not vote in his preferred manner, and further that whoever did that subverted justice like they helped cover up for a murder, as far as I'm concerned. Or as far as I'm concerned, F them, that's what I think. Hold on, let me type that in. Let's see what that is. I wonder if it's still up, though. Hold on, let me see. Right. Oh. The microphone's in the way of my keyboard, kind of. One 808 959 959 205 11 607 807 087. All right, let's see if this brings up anything. Yep, look what it brought up. Hold on. Oh, Julie Carpenter's the one that shared it.
Using his notes, man, those are works of art. And I do know, I have full faith in the foreman. The foreman is like, he's very erudite. Like the language that he used in his notes, man, those are works of art, weren't they? The foreman is a former cop. Okay, that's the former cop. And you couldn't pick a better juror than this guy. He was a cop in New Hampshire, actually. I know the exact town because I got his LinkedIn. He's the only one of the 12 jurors where I have first and last name 100% confirmed. I have sent him a Facebook message just in case he didn't see it. I sent him a request, a friend request. And this dude, I'm not going to say his name. I will not say his name. We're not doing that. But this dude was a cop for 5 years in New Hampshire. Not saying what town. And he left. He didn't want to be a cop anymore. And guess what he left policing to do? And I like the kind of guys that leave. Like, that's the kind of guy you want. The kind of guy that leaves policing. That's the kind of guy you want. He was not Westwood. So I was wrong about the town. I was told Westwood. He was from New Hampshire. And he was not retired. He's probably my age. And he is a doctor now. Like a surgeon, actually. He's a surgeon. So like that's what we're dealing. Like the foreman's a brilliant person. Let's just put it that way. And the smarter the better. That's the way I look at it. The smarter the better. I just don't believe that anybody like that could. And I saw him every day. He was sharp and, well dressed and looked like he was paying attention. I think I know he was one of the not guilty. He was one of the not guilty people. So the others on the jury, I don't know. There had to be more than one. That's one thing we heard. He said members of the jury, have reached this conclusion. And I think that, I'm just looking at that. I'm like, who's the fucking idiot? Like, that's what I want to know. I'm just looking at these people like, who is the fucking idiot on this jury? That's what I want to know. Who's the fucking moron who, after hearing the ARCA guys, was like, yeah, Karen Reed did it. I'm 100% positive. Yeah. Lucky Loughran didn't see a body. I'm 100% positive it was Karen Reed. Brian Higgins called Brian Albert in 2:22 in the morning, and their excuse for that was it was a butt dial while he was having sex. But I'm 100% Karen Reed. Sure, Karen Reed did it. Like, who's the fucking idiot that did that? Who, like, seriously, who? And oh, you shouldn't be doxing yours. I'm not doxing anyone. First of all, the list is not public. But if you find out names, I can write about that if I want to. You have every right to do that. That is not doxing. That's called reporting. Whoever did that subverted justice. Like they're fucking like they helped cover up for a murder. Like that, as far as I'm concerned, fuck them. That's what I think. But
Muted. Oh God, I can't. I'm so annoyed. I can't. How long have I been talking? I haven't got anything yet. I know. I can't. I hate that I do that. I don't know what to do. I can't remember for some reason when I mute it. And I think a lot of people would forget when they mute it, but most people just don't mute it. But I'm like, 'cause I do such long lives, I have to drink water and stay hydrated, and people just hate the freaking noises. Anyway, what I was saying is I don't agree with what he's doing to those jurors. That's bull crap. Like, yeah, I agree with the stuff about Karen, and I think the way that the law enforcement, shady what they did with this case. And I think she's probably innocent, but I don't agree with treating jurors like that. That's kind of messed up, dude. That's kind of messed up. I don't like that. So I read this too, where it says, who outed the Chestnut juror? Remember that? The woman who hung the Michael Chestnut trial. The jury lists are public, so I got the jury list. I went down the list and I found the juror who hung the jury. I shamed her, as I should, because it's shameful. No, like, I'm sorry. You got to respect the jury. You shouldn't shame that. See, that makes me mad. It sucks because I feel like he's given the people, that think Karen's innocent and stuff and that are trying to support her on this and try to find, real justice and find out who did this. But he's given that side a bad name with what he's doing. That's not right. Do you guys agree with what he's doing with that? I don't. Are you guys still here? Nobody's commenting on what I'm talking about here. Can you hear me? I didn't say anything about doxing. I'm saying he's shaming them. Look, he says I shamed her. This is a different video. I'm not going to type in another one. I don't want to watch any more of it. He's saying I shamed her about a different jury trial. Like, I don't think that's right. It's not about having an opinion. It's about getting a list of juries and then shaming them and intimidating them and being like people were being scared. You shouldn't. Jurors should be able to go on there and feel safe and feel like they could have opinion and do what they feels right. You can have their own opinion. You know what I'm saying? And listen to the case and not feel like somebody's going to come after them and like find out who it is that thought something different. I don't know. Like I said, I might agree with what he thinks with the Karen Reed case, but not that. That don't seem right. I don't know I haven't watched any of his stuff. Just that's the first time I ever watched any of his videos. And that I don't like what he just did. And then reading this. I'm not talking about him saying he liked the foreman. I'm talking about him talking about like the juror and finding out like anybody that didn't agree. It's just like, because somebody doesn't agree with you. I mean, I guess I'm just open to other opinions just because somebody doesn't agree. I mean, I don't know. I guess if you think they're a part of the cover up and they were planted jurors, but it's the thing is he's not just doing it with that. Look, this trial right here, he contacted the jurors too. So is he doing it to more than one of the freaking trials? Like, I feel like he has a history of that, but I don't know. You guys could disagree with me, but I don't think that's right to mess with the jurors. I'm sorry. I know. Yeah. I agree. Anyway. Okay. So all right, so where are we at? I understand the above-mentioned blogger has been accused of harassing witnesses to the case, including by organizing crowds of people to harass them outside their homes, and I am aware that he has made statements in a blog from 2023 to the effect of murderers who and those who cover for them do not deserve to live a comfortable life while Karen Reed suffers and fights for justice for John O'Keefe. If, as he has stated, the blogger believes that members of the jury on which I served helped to cover up for a murder, and he further believes that those who cover for murderers are legitimate targets of harassment, I fully expect that members of the jury will be subjected to efforts to harass and shame them with the very real probability that some physical confrontation will inevitably occur. My concerns are not limited to a particular blogger or to a particular side of this case. I'm aware that there are other outspoken bloggers, commenters, and groups of people who wished for a guilty verdict on some or all charges against the defendant. I'm aware that there have been physical confrontations between the two sides of supporters. An example of this is from two recent postings by an individual who appears to be a reporter from New Bedford. In today's post, she stated that she was in court today defending against harassment charge against her in her pursuit of counter harassment charge. Huh. Wonder who that is. Yesterday, this reporter posted about getting protection from another blogger. Well, while I do not know the facts concerning these court appearances, it is very evident that individuals on all sides in this case have acted irrationally and aggressively over the past few years, which has caused multiple court appearances by parties seeking protection of the courts from other individuals. Blogger, what's a blogger? I mean, I know that's a term, but I mean, isn't he just like a YouTuber, reporter, like has a channel, freaking reporter slash YouTuber? I mean, blogger? I know people use that, but I feel like, I don't know. It makes me like wonder, like, why are you calling him a blogger? Let me see what the definitions of a blogger is. Does he call himself a blogger? What the heck? I don't know. I feel like that's maybe like an older term that people use now, because now there's like more. Oh, I guess, yeah. I mean, as someone who writes regularly for an online journal or website. Oh, wait, does he write for he writes for like a website or journal? I didn't realize that. I thought he just had like a channel and he does what I do, because I wouldn't consider myself a blogger. That's like you have a blog and you write. You know what I'm saying? Maybe he does. I don't know, but it looks like he's more known for like his YouTube channel, right? But does he? Is he more known for writing and stuff? I don't know. Okay. I didn't know that. I thought he just had like a channel and was talking and like I know you could have like blogs and stuff. I didn't even know people still really had those a lot. Social media blogger. Form of articles. Oh, I guess they could be videos, but I don't know. I think that's outdated for videos. I feel like, I don't know. I just never heard any of us called bloggers. I guess maybe, or maybe it's maybe it's for younger. No, because I feel like people use the word blogger when that was like years ago it started. So I don't know. I just don't hear that much. Oh, he started with a blog. That's probably why. Okay. I think he's now more just mouth. I think now it's just his mouth, but maybe not. I don't know. Anyway, yesterday, this reporter posted about getting protection from another blogger. While I do not know the facts concerning these court appearances, it is very evident that individuals on all sides in this case have acted irrationally and aggressively over the past few years, which has caused multiple court appearances by parties seeking protection at the courts from other individuals. In the light of a mistrial, there is no end in sight to this irrational behavior, which clearly continues today. Jurors will undoubtedly be subjected to harassment and likely physical confrontations if their names are made public. My affidavit in motion should not be interpreted as indicated by how I or any other juror voted on this case. Yeah, when he says he knew which juror voted guilty on that other mistrial, that Chesna or whatever, they should not make public how the jurors voted. I didn't think they did that. Yeah, I know they end up releasing the names after a while, a lot of the times. After the trial, they usually sometimes wait a little while, then they'll release it. But why would they release what they voted? I don't think they should do that. I think that should be protected, right? That's weird that they did that. That should definitely be something redacted. That's not cool. Because then people are going to be afraid. They should feel like safe to be able to vote for what they think and not like whatever side has the strongest media, presence or the scariest or loudest, Yeah, that's messed up. Definitely should not be public. I'm talking about how they voted, if they voted guilty or not guilty. My affidavit in motion should not be interpreted as indicated how or any other juror voted on this case, or how I or any other juror feel about this case. Every member of the jury, regardless of how they voted, is likely to face backlash from a segment of the large population or a large portion of the public who intensely followed this case. I wish to remain anonymous, and I bring this motion on behalf of myself and any other juror who does not wish to be identified, regardless of whether or not we agree during our deliberations. It was an honor to serve on the jury. It was also a significant sacrifice of time, which I understood and anticipated when I was selected. What I did not anticipate, however, was the likelihood that I and other members of the jury would become targets of intense public scrutiny and likely harassment campaigns strictly due to the outcome of our private deliberations. If jury names are made public, I will be subject to a nonstop request for comment about jury deliberations. I would prefer to not have to respond to these inquiries. However, what I fear is not only will I be subject to requests for interviews, but that I will be targeted and harassed because of what I did or did not do on the jury. I fear that verbal harassment will likely lead to physical confrontation and physical harm. I am not prepared or equipped to anticipate and prepare for any surprise personal attack. More importantly, I fear that I will not be able to protect myself and my family. So that was July 24. Oh, no, that wasn't a year. This one was newer. That's right. I think the other one I have is the year old. This is only from July, just this past July. So that's not, well, I mean, I guess we already almost are in the summer. So I guess it is almost a year, kind of. Well, we're in April. Yeah. So I guess. Why do I like, when I think of right now, I still think of, I don't know why, I still think like the summer just happened. This summer's about to come. Why does time go so fast? I don't like it. Okay, exhibit 1, the exhibits. This is the part that I felt like when I was scrolling. I think it was the exhibits that were interesting. I wish I would have just yeah, because they have like a bunch of like interesting like articles and pictures. Like, look, I know they have like text and stuff. Well, let's just go through it and I'll show you. Okay, so this is probably the articles that she was talking about, though. Karen Reed case has ended a mistrial, but the diehards haven't given up. The judge in the Karen Reed trial declared a mistrial. It triggered a cliffhanger in some, and in some, even deeper depression. They continue their dedication on the sidewalk. TV cameras have moved on. The man wearing the blonde Judge Beverly Cannon wig is gone. Somebody was wearing oh my God. The street is no longer lined with people bedecked in pink holding free Karen signs. It's a weekday afternoon outside the Norfolk Superior Court where Reed supporters once reigned with a righteous outrage in their beach chairs. There is instead a farmer's market and a band plays. Sonny Rollins, but let me skip this. I don't need to read all this. The July 1st end of the trial wasn't the end at all. It was a mistrial, a cliffhanger, and an invitation for yet more obsession over a real life situation that's as sad as it gets, but for many has turned into a binge-worthy true crime drama, and they get to be a part of the story. Those in the trial's grip are still out protesting, still fighting on Twitter and Facebook, still buying Karen Reed merch. The Jackson Yannetti 225 baseball caps named for the defense attorneys make a nice keepsake. Indeed, just 6 miles away from the Dedham courthouse where they all got chummy, the old Karen Reed was framed gang reconvened last Wednesday. Once strangers, they have become people who hug hello and ask for each other's family members. Ask after each other's family members. They have gathered in Canton protesting in offices. Okay, Morrissey gotta go. On for Karen. Morrissey gotta go. And then what did that one say? Reads one sign, justice is coming. The weather app shows 88, but the air is thick and it feels hotter. The group is huddled on a small patch of green grass, the road, and the enemy's parking lot. Shade is scarce, but crusaders aren't stopped by humidity. All right, let me skip through. I'm just as active as I was during the trial, he said. I've got a fire lit in me that I didn't know needed to be lit. A restaurant owner and one of the informal organizers of the resistance. It was later in the week, and already plans were being formulated for week protests. Wow, they are persistent or loyal or whatever you call it. This one's Canton Cover Up Part 76. Chris Albert confronts loser woman in free Karen Reed shirt in Waterfall parking lot for taking his picture. Well, let's see. On Saturday, a pair of turtle riders wandered over the waterfront bar and grill in Canton, which was the last place John O'Keefe was seen alive. They wore the new free Karen Reed shirts that everyone has been raving about. However, when they stepped foot inside, they saw a familiar face. Whoa, wow. Chicken Parm Charlie. The last time we saw him, wait, who's Chicken Parm Charlie? I thought they were going to say, you can't even really see. Okay, those of you guys help me out. Who the heck's Chicken Parm Charlie? The last time we saw him, he was licking an award-winning journalist out of his pizza shop. He was kicking, oh my God, he was kicking, sorry, I can't read. He was kicking an award-winning journalist out of his pizza shop and thus denying access to Chris Albert's world-famous mediocre chicken parm. Chris Alberts. He then called police, claiming that he was some sort of victim, while periodically opening the door to call me a loser. Who was going to get it? Wait, who's Chicken Parm? What? Why am I confused? Because they said, hold on, didn't they say Chris Albert? Is it Chris? Oh, it is an Albert. Because they said Chicken Parm chart. No, Chris. I don't know. Help me. Oh, it is Chris Albert? Why are they calling him Charlie, though? Okay. That's what I saw because it looked like an Albert. Okay, so thank you. So it's Chris Albert. Thank you so much. Okay. So he called police claiming he was some sort of victim while periodically opening the door to call me a loser and who was going to get it. Clearly, this man is on tilt because he knows he can no longer go out in public and live a normal life like he used to. That tends to happen when your family is involved in the murder of a police officer, followed by the subsequent cover up and framing of an innocent woman. It appears as if Chicken Parm Charlie, who is an elected member of the Board of Selectmen, realized he was being photographed. However, instead of quietly accepting that people have the right to take pictures in public and that he is both an elected official and the brother of the father of the men who have been accused and the brother and father of men who have been accused in open court of murder, Chicken Parm Charlie decided to confront and berate these two women in the parking lot. He accused the woman of giving this award-winning journalist a hand job, which is factually untrue, but it would probably be more satisfying than his pizza. After that, she began filming. Watch. This dude cannot go 5 seconds without calling someone a loser, despite having a worse record in court than the New York Jets. Mr. Chicken Parm Charlie. You had to move into a small apartment because you couldn't afford to live in your house. You get by on your family's name and you make mediocre chicken parm that the little league coaches buy out of pity. I assure you that the loser here is not who you think it is. As Marlo Stanford once said, you want it to be one way, but it's the other way. Chris Albert wants to live in the world where he used to live in, where the Alberts own the town of Canton and nobody crossed them. He's not used to being unliked, despite the fact that he once killed a man and has countless court judgments and liens against him, which really says a lot about the town of Canton. This is a man who is a well-known conservative in a town that Joe Biden won by 30 points, who managed to beat a Yale-educated liberal attorney simply because he comes from the cool jock family. He doesn't know how to react to negativity because he's never been in this position before, which is why he hired an attorney to send out more than a dozen demand letters threatening defamation lawsuits against people who speculated about his family's involvement in the murder on Facebook. But unfortunately, Chicken Parm Charlie, we began reporting on this case, and the Albert family name no longer carries the swagger in town that it did 3 months ago. As Slim Charlie once wisely said, the thing about the old day, the old days. What? I don't know. There's some kind of typo because the thing about the old day, the old days. I have no idea what I'm supposed to say. There is a wire quote for everything. The best part about the Alberts and the McCabe's is that they think they can talk their way out of everything. Matt McCabe told me when I confronted him previously that it was proven in court that his wife never Googled how long to die in the cold. When you're accustomed to getting away with everything your entire life, you don't know how to behave when you're finally held accountable. You're used to people blindly eating up your BS, which is why people like Chris think they can talk their way out of anything. You don't know anything about me and my family. Here's some of the things we know about your family. Your brother Brian never came outside after being alerted that there was a dead cop on his front lawn. Your son Colin frequently posts videos of himself threatening to kill people. Your son was born innocent, but became a depraved psychopath who believes that violence solves problems, which is a direct result of your failures as a father to impart morals into him. Despite going through the emotions and pretending to be practicing Catholics, your son had a black eye and cut up knuckles 2 weeks after John O'Keefe was killed. Black eye? You had a black eye too? Dang it. You yourself once killed a man and left the scene of the crime. You are close personal family friends with the Proctor family, and you have been for well over a decade. That means Proctor lied, because up on the stand, if If I'm remembering correctly, he said he didn't know the Alberts. Well, yeah, it's not surprising Proctor lied, but remember, I'm pretty sure it was him that said that he doesn't know him. He didn't know him before this. Anyway, your family never left camp because they control everything and can bang any woman they want so long as they graduated from Canton High School between 89 and 96. Why are you taking pictures of me? Because she's a free person living in a free country and she could take pictures of whatever she wants without having to explain herself to you. But if you really want to know why, it's because you're so brazen that you still go to bars like the Waterfall, knowing full well what everyone in town is thinking about you. Because you were being all weird to me. Sir, so this is stuff he was saying, I guess, right to them. Sir, you're yelling at women in a parking lot and accusing them of giving an award-winning journalist a hand job. I assure you that it is not them who is being weird. Also, your assumption that two women wouldn't drive a pickup truck reeks of toxic masculinity. The interaction was the best. Turtle Rider, you're framing an innocent woman. Chicken Parm says, am I really? Because Karen effing ran John over. You have no effing clue. And Turtle Rider says, that's why Colin has bruises all over his body. And Chicken Parm says, you have zero clue. And Turtle Rider says, the whole state believes that you are guilty. And Chicken Parm Charlie says, you're a effing loser. And Turtle Rider says, I'm a loser. You're arguing with a woman in a parking lot. And his response was basically the same response Matt McCabe gave me about his wife's Google search. It defies logic and reason and ignores all the facts. But if they shout it out loud enough, then no one will challenge them. Karen Reed did not run over John, and I will buy a $500 gift card to D&E Pizza, which I assume will be him writing something on a napkin. If he can explain to me the physics of how that happened, which align with all witness statements and the autopsy photos. The best thing she said was that the whole state believes they are guilty. Chris needed to hear that because the Alberts and McCabe's have insulated themselves in a bubble of people that is growing smaller by the day, who reassure them that they believe Karen Reed killed John O'Keefe. Wait, the best thing she said? Who are they talking about? The best thing she's... The whole state, really. Anyway. Growing smaller by the day, who reassure them that they believe Karen Reed killed John. And for a while, so did most people. Outside of Canton, no one believes that. And inside of Canton, more and more people are seeing the truth. The one place that was their sanctuary of acceptance is no longer that. Anyway, let's keep this up. I was so proud to see Turtle Riders unafraid. Confronting evil like this is in the flesh. Or confronting evil like this in the flesh. The fact that he's still going to places like the Waterfall is because he feels comfortable doing so. But murderers and those who cover them up do not deserve to live a comfortable life while Karen Reed suffers and fights for justice for John O'Keefe. Hello, Turtle Riders. As you know, if you follow Turtle Boy, we are constantly getting censored and banned by Facebook for what we are clearly not violations of their terms of service. Twitter has done the same, and trolls mass reported our blog to Google AdSense thousands of times, leading to demonetization. We can get by and survive, but we could really use your help. Please consider donating by hitting the donation button above if you support free speech and what we do in the face of Silicon Valley censorship, or just buy our award-winning book about the dangers of censorship and rise of Turtle Boy. Exhibit 3, Jessica Machado show. This morning, the individual who's accusing me of harassing her at Norfolk Superior Court during the Karen Reed trial had an opportunity. To be heard in front of the judge, but chose not to be. Instead, she claimed that she now needs an attorney, as I counter-filed against her this morning. When the judge asked if she realized that there was no order in place and that she would not get one today if she requested a new date, she said she understood and asked for it to be continued. We now have a new date, July 26th. There is no order. I was extremely prepared to not only defend myself against these ridiculous accusations, but I was equally prepared to prove that I am the one in need of protection. However, at this time, I will be hiring an attorney to do the heavy lifting. Many friends and followers have offered help to help my legal fund. Who's this by, though? Who's Jessica Machado? Does anybody know? This is distracting from my work, and as you can imagine, very stressful. The seemingly habitual exploiting of court-ordered protection orders by women in our court system is a real problem, and the only way to stop it is to fight back. I intend to do that. And then Rich posts your reply says, the newspaper you work for should really be paying your legal fees since this is all happening as a result of your employment related activities. Just saying. And Jessica says, we have a meeting at 1:30 to discuss. Exhibit 4, another Jessica one. Okay, so she says, Meredith says, happy Monday. Figured out. Wait, let me make sure I didn't skip. Oh, yeah. Figured everyone can use a good laugh after this weekend. TBT to the dark days before. Jessica Machado Smith banned from court. I didn't take this video, but it went to me on a Sunday afternoon in May after I'd set up Dr. Turtleboy's chair. Oh. Banned from the court. Okay. And then the video, it was entered into evidence and instrumental in getting me protection from Grant. Have to admit, I hate watching this, but it's a good reminder that you have to fight and stop people like Grant from attacking you, because if you don't, they will. Okay, I wish they had a thing we could put in the thing to watch it. I don't know where it's at. I'm too tired to try to figure it out without that. And then butt dial McCabe. Oh my God, somebody did butt dial McCabe because these butt dials, they thought McCabe and they're all like Higgins, Alberts, McCabe's, all these butt dials. They don't remember. I don't remember. It must have been a butt dial. We didn't call. Butt dial McCabe. Oh my God, we love you. Says I love you. Mimi says, I love that he can't go to courthouse anymore. He treats everyone that way. Good job, Jessica. I don't know who they're talking about though. Takedown reveals the never before told inside story of how P-Hub, was exposed for enabling and profiting from countless videos of, whoa. I wish I had some context for some of these though. Well, that's the last one. Well, wait a minute then. I'm missing, hold on. There's another document that I had went over that had more text and stuff. Where is that? Hold on. I was just reading it. Hold on, I might have just saved it somewhere else. Dang it. I don't know. Huh. Oh, well. I'm getting tired anyway, but wait, hold on. What's this? Let me try this one. Nothing popped up. Oh, that's that. Shoot. Okay, let's see what this one is. That's that same. It's making most miserable person. Wait. What is this? Oh, I read that already. Well, I don't know where it's what, but what's this? Court TV has a little graph, or let's see what it says. Julie Albert, Chris Albert, Colin Albert. Okay. Oh, Colin. Okay. And then Brian and Nicole have Caitlin and Brian Albert Jr. Wait, which one? Okay. Which one is the one that likes to fight? Is that Colin or Brian? I get him confused. Where he had the knuckle. Oh, I just scratched myself somehow. Is my nail sharp? I got this right here, and now I feel like it cut me. Which one has the knuckles that likes to fight? Is that Colin or Brian? I'm still a Colin. That's what I thought. Or wait, somebody said Brian, and somebody said Colin. No, I'm asking which one has the bloody knuckle, or the one they think that maybe fought him because of the Colin and Uncle Brian. Well, I know Brian. I was saying which is the kid though. Okay. I wasn't talking about the guy that lived there. Okay. So the kid I just wanted to know which son. I was thinking it was Brian's son, but it was. Wait a minute. Okay, so it was it would be his Brian's nephew then. That whole time I thought Colin, that guy with the knuckles, and then what else did they say he had? A black eye, and it was on the video. That whole time I thought it was Brian's son. That's why I said I think he lived there, because I thought I was thinking all Brian's sons, they lived with him, but it was just his nephew. So he was over there, right? I mean, was he supposedly there? Does he admit he was there that night? Or is he lying about that? I don't know if I know that. Did he admit he was there? Yep, I see that. I see that. Whoa, really? Okay. But he admits, the question is, I believe he probably really was there, but he is admitting that he was there, right? That's what I want to know. They're not lying, and he's like, "Oh, I wasn't there." So he probably is admitting. Okay. Well, kind of. I mean, Brian was the one that was celebrating his birthday, right? Or Brian Jr., I should say, right? And then had some friends over. So they were there that night, right? At the party. So it's kind of relevant, but Colin's the one that I know. I knew that one was the one that they thought was maybe fought him, but I don't know why I just kept in my head. I thought it was his son, because I thought Brian had like 3 sons, but no, I guess he only has 2 kids. Why did I think he had like 3 sons for some reason? I don't know. Huh. He only has 1 son. Right? Or are they just wait. Maybe they're just saying, oh, they're just naming the people that were over there, huh? Is that what this is? More so than naming, so that they might have other kids. They're just not naming them. Oh, hey, I did. Because look, they have Julie, the friend. So I think they're just naming the people that were there at the house that night. Okay. So Brian, Caitlin, Julie, and Colin, Chris, Julie, Jennifer. Huh. That's what I thought. I figured it out, J. Ray. At first, I thought this was just like a family tree, like where they're just, showing all the kids. But I'm like, wait, I know he has more than 1 son. But I figured it out because, like, they have a friend right here. So it's like, they're just naming the people that were there. Oh. Oh my God, I'm tired, guys. Sorry, guys. Like, I know I'm just kind of like just sporadic different things. I just wanted to kind of talk about it because the trial's coming up, and I think I am going to live stream it, guys. I'm probably not going to be able to do every day on the trial, but I'm going to do opening statements. So come watch it with me if you want a little personal, cozy environment, because I won't have a lot of people. I never do for trials. I just like for my channel, it's like I'll find like one case that people will watch me for a while. Then I have to find, you know what I'm saying? And then the other cases I cover, I don't get that many people. And then I'll end up finding another case that people will watch me for. I don't know why I wish it wasn't like that because I liked it, a little variety. I still do variety, but I just wish people would not just be like a one case thing. But yeah, so it'll be definitely won't be a lot of people, but it'll be nice. It'll be hopefully at least have like a couple hundred to watch it. It'll be better than like being in a chat. Like I'm selling myself better than being in a chat with like thousands of people where then you get lost in the crowd. So at least you could be here, you could chat. And don't worry, I don't talk at trials or prayer. Like she's gonna stop it. If you watch my other trials, I don't even stop during the trial to talk. I just play and watch it with you guys and be in chat. And then of course, when they do breaks, I'll talk and stuff, but I don't stop it and talk at all. I just sit there and watch it with you guys. Because I don't want to miss any of it, But yeah, so I'm gonna do the first day opening statement, and then we'll go from there. Like I said, I probably won't. I do have like appointments through the week and stuff, so I'm probably won't be able to do it every day. And plus, it's gonna be so long. So, but I'll do some interesting one. Like if we know ahead of time, it'll be like some good testimonies, and then definitely opening statements though. So Tuesday, do we know what time it is yet, guys? Help me out. Since you guys are probably I guess I could try to figure it out. Let me see. Let me write it. Let me just look it up right now. What time? I should put a reminder up now. I'll have to do it tomorrow. I have a dentist appointment tomorrow, so I'm gonna go to bed here after this, and then I'll work on the thumbnail tomorrow because I don't have a thumbnail ready to do a reminder yet. It's doesn't say what time. It just says April 22nd. But you guys, I know a lot of you guys will watch other channels and watch other things. Have they said what time yet? Or am I just gonna have to play it by ear? Just because I want to make sure I'm up and kind of have a general time. Do you guys know like 8 or 9, you think? 10? What time that it'll start Tuesday? Like in the morning? Think it'll be like 8:39 or and they're always late. I'm always for stuff like that, don't worry, I'm always on time. If anything, I'm a little bit early for those because I'm like, want to make sure I get it on time. And usually court stuff that's scheduled, they're like me. It's always late. It always is. We're always waiting. I don't think anything's ever been on time with court stuff. The time that they say it's gonna be 9 or 9:30. Okay. No, because tomorrow it starts Tuesday, Jay, right? Not tomorrow. It's Tuesday, not to Monday is when it starts. Waza. I don't know how she does it, Mama. Wait, 4 hours and counting. Wait, what, Mama Mia? What's 4 hours and counting? I conspiracy therapist. Oh, I guess it is. You're right. I need to get a thumbnail. I gotta try to get that up. I should do it today, but I just want to go to bed. I think I only got like 4 hours of sleep last night. Sucks. I was up like editing because I have this. I have this. I know Wade video. I know I have the message I have to read, but I also have this other Wade video that I want to do. Just some random, like, kind of interesting things that I figured or found out or something. I mean, I don't want to put the expectation too big but it's just a little bit. I don't know. I'm debating if I want to combine them just like with the text messages or just do a separate video. But I was editing kind of. I don't know if you call it editing, but I was just like taking some notes and looking some things. But it was like 5 in the morning. I went to bed and then you laid down, and then it takes me, a little bit to go to bed, and then I had to wake up to get ready for Easter because Gia, we had people over, so they were all coming over. So it was like that alarm went off, and I was like, oh my God, I did not want to wake up. I was still so tired. Are you just guessing 9:30, or do you know though? It won't give me a time. Well, I guess it's just I'm not. If I'm usually up late, so I don't typically like. I don't want to get up at like 7 and then be ready at 8, and it doesn't start till 9, and I could have like had another hour of sleep since I stay up late, for the trial. I really wish I could know what time. I wish it would say. It doesn't say when you Google it. Let me see. Tuesday. Dang it. Let me see. Or it might not be till 10. I mean, I've seen them where sometimes some days they start at 10 for like set like opening maybe. Yeah. I know they probably do want to do a full day tomorrow, I would think. Unless if like let's say like one day there's like, oh, we have the person testifying, they can't make it. So we only have like this person or this person here. So it would be like a short day, or I mean, you never know. But I'm sure the first day they might be. I don't really know. I don't know. Let me see.
Yeah, I've been ready. I have no choice but to be ready. I feel strong. The prosecution and defense are getting ready for opening.
Oh, this is one of the videos I was gonna. Oh, I did have a couple articles and that I didn't get to, but here, let's see what this is real quick. While I'm looking up the time. This one I was just watching. Wait, here it is.
Are you ready to face this jury? What are your thoughts going into the trial?
Yeah, I've been ready. I have no choice but to be ready. I feel strong. I've got an amazing team, and I'm anxious.
How much input do you have on the opening statement?
It's collaborative all the way around. Alan owns it, and he's always open to input and layers more of input, but it's ultimately Alan's, and Alan we all trust, but we've all given input, and we're happy.
Well,
very
did you
happy
get to see the 15-second clip that the prosecution plans to play?
I did.
What's it show?
Nothing that phases me in any way.
Can you tell us?
I don't think I can, no.
Do you feel different this time around versus last time?
I feel a little more tired, but I feel strong. I feel stronger every day. It's just the scar tissue grows back.
Is there anything left to give Marca? I know that's what they were working on today.
Well, we have new discovery. We got 1,000 pages 4 days ago, so there's always hopefully there's more.
Continued
but we'll wait and see.
Continued fireworks between Alan Jackson and Peg Brennan.
About Arca.
Well, can we think that we'll see more of that during this trial?
We'll have to wait and see.
Thank you. There's so much, evidence. There's something that we read by here. You think it shows that you're innocent? There's so much evidence.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much.
Oh, hold on. Where's this? Karen Reed prosecutor wants to block defense from blaming after party guests and pet dog in opening statements. You want to block defense from that? That makes me mad. What does this girl say?
Optimism
Oh
isn't
my
sunshine
God,
and rainbows.
come on. I'm mad. Block defense from use. I mean, I guess just in opening statements, but still, they should be allowed to freaking. Do you know how they rolled on it? If they are gonna allow that, I hope not. Because opening statements could be very impactful. They should be able to say that. Because that's what their defense is. Oh shoot, hold on.
During this one point of contention during the first trial is the injuries on Officer John O'Keefe's arm. Were they dog bites or were they not? The defense has always said these are dog bites, and these came from the homeowner's dog, Chloe. Chloe also has a history of aggression and violence and was actually rehomed shortly after Officer John O'Keefe's death. Now, the prosecution has always said these injuries are not from a dog. Prosecutor Hank Brennan explained that he had an expert take a mold of Chloe's teeth so that he could prove or try to prove that those injuries did not come from Chloe specifically. So I have to ask, are they acknowledging that these injuries could have come from a dog, just not this dog in particular?
Good question. So wait, she didn't roll on that, right? Do you guys know that she didn't go in his favor? Hold on, let me see. Special prosecutor appointed to spearhead the trial. He's accused of Boston police pulled in court. And two, argued that the defense plans to use photos of injuries to O'Keefe's right arm could violate a prior order prohibiting the defense from trying to blame someone else for Reed's death before establishing the evidence at trial. The Commonwealth moves for an order that the defense counsel should refrain from claiming in their opening statements that any of the victim's injuries were caused by any person or animal that was inside the home. Based on the defense request to show the abrasions to the victim's arm in opening statement, the Commonwealth notes that the court has ruled the defense is precluded from mentioning any reference to third-party culprit claims prior to establishing a viable basis supported by admissible evidence and mention of third-party culprit claims relative to the abrasions would. Wait, that's not fair because during their opening statements, they're going to say Karen and Karen's car calls that. So shouldn't they not be allowed to say that until they present evidence? You know what I'm saying? That's not fair. Of course they're going to say, they're going to paint this picture of what happened. They're going to say Karen ran him over, her car, she caused it. Shouldn't the same rule go for both? They got to establish evidence first before they can say it. Right? It should be the same thing. But of course you do that in opening statements. You lay out what do you think happened. That's messed up. So wait, did they? Says the Commonwealth notes that the court has ruled the defense is precluded from mentioning any reference to a third-party culprit. Let's see. Whoa, buddy. I hate all these freaking ads. Yes, that's all that. Keefe's cause of death was determined to be severe head trauma and hypothermia, but he also had injuries to his hands and right arm. The motion comes a day after Judge Beverly Cannon, I don't know, am I saying her name right? Denied prosecution's motion to, thank you. Hold on. Denied the prosecution's motion to exclude a defense expert. Oh, this is the defense expert on dog bites. In a partially granted a defense motion to limit testimony from a prosecution expert on the same topic. Wait, a partially granted defense motion to limit testimony from a prosecution expert on the same topic. Because remember, they wanted to say, their expert wanted to say that what they're talking about, the mold, that Chloe couldn't have been the cause of the injuries. I think that's what, from listening to that hearing, it sounded like that's what the judge was going to go with, where she was going to, because I can't remember if she did make the ruling or it was, you could tell that she was probably going to go with it. She was not going to let them say that because you can't say that. You know what I'm saying? They can't they can't be inclusive. They're going over that rule or that case where like the inclusion and exclusion. You guys, if you guys watched it, you know what I'm talking about, right? So I think that's what that means. He won't be able to say, their expert won't be able to say that it can't be came from Chloe. Like you can't conclude that, I guess. Thinking that's what that is. Okay. But are they allowed to do it? It sounds like they're not allowed to talk about it in opening statements then. Is that what you got from that? Yeah, look, I was right. Dr. James Crosby will be allowed to testify for the prosecution generally about dog bites, but is not allowed to say his analysis excluded Chloe by name. So yeah. Yep. All right, well, I guess we'll just watch it together and we will see. Let me make sure these articles, if there's not. I think we got enough. This one's not even popping up. Come on, come on, come on, come on. All right, I gotta go to bed. Everybody go to bed. Please get some rest. And the Karen Reed judge grants defense video access, allows dog bite expert with limits. So they're allowing, I think I already read that in the other one where they're allowing the defenses because they were trying to get that excluded so that they couldn't bring their dog expert or whatever. Allows dog bite experts with limits. All right, I'm gonna go. This one won't load. I was trying to load this one to see my last article, what I was going to share. Here, let me see if I redo it. Prosecutor. Oh, it's the one that says, hold on, what is it? Well, the top of it's not, it's like all white. It won't, if you scroll down, you can see like the end of the article, but the top you can't see. Page unresponsive. Okay, here we go. Here, I might as well just pull it up. This is the other one I was going to share. It says, let me make it bigger. Hold on, I'm going to reshare my screen. This will be the last one. I just want to share it. Then I'll feel like I did everything I wanted to do. Prosecution asked judge to further limit Karen Reed's defense team during open. Oh, that's the same one. Never mind. Why did they have the same two that I wanted to share? But hold on. Let me see. We'll have the answer. Yeah, it says prosecutors are asking the court to impose additional limits on what defense attorneys can say. Hank Brennan and his team submitted a motion to Judge Beverly requesting additional limitations. Prosecution asked that Reed's defense to be ordered to refrain from claiming that O'Keefe's injuries were caused by any person or animal that was inside the home. Reed's defense has focused on her allegations of a cover-up involving members of law enforcement agencies. They say O'Keefe was beaten inside the home, bitten by a dog, and then left outside. Based on the defense's request to show the abrasions to the victim's arm in opening statements, the Commonwealth notes that the court has ruled that the defense is precluded from mentioning any reference to third-party culprit claims prior to establishing a viable basis supported by admissible evidence. And any mention of third-party culprit claims relative to abrasions would be improper. So the prosecution wrote, okay, then what did she say? Cannon previously ruled they can attempt to implicate Brian and Brian Higgins, but with limitations. The defense has accused Albert of being a bully and Higgins of being jilted after Reed broke off her flirtatious text. So they could do it, but with limitations. Okay. Cannon previously ordered the defense not to mention any potential third-party culprits in opening statements, but allowed them to attempt to develop evidence during the trial. She's allowing the defense to ask for appropriate instructions from the court if warranted after the evidence in the cases, so they aren't going to be allowed in opening statements. Gosh darn it. It sucks because how are you going to give opening statements and not give what you think happened? You know what I'm saying? That's kind of messed up because they're going to have to say, oh, she was, okay, I guess they could say she was framed. She was, but then they can't say, I guess they can't specifically say the specifics, but I'm sure they're going to have to allude to, I mean, they're gonna have to somewhat, maybe they're just not allowed to say the specifics, right? I mean, they're allowed to say they think it was a cover up, I would think. I guess we'll see. Hopefully, wonder if what's his name? Oh my lord, I always forget her other lawyer. I know Alan Jackson. What's the other one's name? Benetti, or what is it? Benetti. I don't know, but he gave the wait. He gave the the opening statement last, right? And then hold on. And Alan gave the closing. Hold on, let me try to remember which gave what. I wonder if they're going to stay the same as what I was going to ask. Are they going to switch it? One do the other. One do the opening, one do the closing, and switch it around this time. Yannetti, yes, thank you. All right, good night, everybody. Yeah, Yannetti opened because I remember he opened it up where he said she was framed or whatever. Karen was framed. So I wonder. My question, though, Law and Lit, do you think they're going to switch it around and then have Alan do the opening this time and Yannetti do the closing? They should. Maybe Yannetti's a better opener and Alan's a better closer. I don't know. I think they would, if they switched around, they would be just as. I feel like Alan is more, to me at least, and maybe you guys don't feel the same way, but I feel like he's more powerful. Like he's more where it's just like, what's impactful? Not that Yannetti's not good. Just to me, maybe it depends on your personality or something, or how you're, I don't know, the person, but to me, he grabs me more where it's like he seems more like, I don't know, but maybe that's better to have for a closing, to have that more powerful, like more like convince. Oh, not that he's not convincing, but he's just, I don't know what the right word is. That's where I'm bad at, like describing stuff like that. Like with my words, I know like the feeling and what I think. I just can't put it into words of what he's like compared to Yannetti. But all I know is he convinces me more. Like he has more of an effect on me of what he says than Yannetti does. So whatever that means. Oh, okay, Outlaw. So then they probably switching it up. So they're probably having Alan for opening. And what's Yannetti's first name? Since I'm calling Alan by his first name. I don't know. Yeah, Jackson for opening and then Yannetti for closing, probably, I bet. They'll switch it then. Cool. All right, guys. Mamma Mia, hey, I didn't say hi to you. I was in my head, I was really saying hi when you came in when we were watching the video. I was like, did I say it? It's weird because sometimes in my head I'll be like thinking, oh, I said hi. Because like I'm saying hi in my head when I see you. But didn't I say Mamma Mia or no? Because David, okay. I know it probably sounds silly, but that happens a lot. I do that with mods a lot where I think I say hi, but I just acknowledge you in my head in a way. I'm a weird. All right, guys. All right. But I hope you're doing good, Mamma Mia and LC, good, Law, and Lit 827. Oh, wait, I have that poll up. Hold on, let me see how the poll got. I have to go over to my YouTube site to get it. Hold on. I gotta brush my teeth. Got my dentist cleaning tomorrow. Go figures, though. Like, maybe it would be better. So my teeth have been not hurting at all. My gums, and the last like week, I got my cleaning tomorrow. So figures the last week, like my gum hurt. Like when I floss, it like hurts right there. So I was like, now if there's something, I'll be like, oh, you haven't been taking care of your teeth. Well, no, it's been perfectly fine until the last week. I don't know what's going on. Okay, poll. Did I end the poll already? It's not up anymore. Where'd it go? Do you guys see it? Yes, I'm covering. I mean, maybe not every day, but I'm gonna cover it some. Yes, opening statements. I'm gonna stream it, and then I'm just gonna play it by ear. Some days I might not be able to do it, but some days I will. I don't know where the pool went. It's not coming up for me, so I can't even tell. I never even seen the results. Where did it go? Huh? Are mods able to remove the pool? Wonder if, like, on accident, maybe somebody hit something because I haven't even been over on this side to even have hit anything because you can't control it unless I'm over on YouTube. But I'm not mad or I'm not blaming you for anything. I'm just curious, where did it go? That's weird. Do you guys see it up still? Maybe it's just something to glitch with mine. Do you see the poll up? Just yes or no? Oh, thank you, Hope. No, where did you get that from? Thank you so much. 9 a.m., guys. I'll be there at 8:45. Yeah, I don't know where the poll went. Did anybody see like the results? I didn't even get to see what people were saying. So I didn't even go over to the YouTube side. How did that get off? Because I thought I would have had to take it off. That's so weird. Well, I guess we don't know. Yeah. All right. Sorry, guys. You guys originally saw it. It was up at one point, right? Oh, 90. Hold on. People thought she was not guilty. Whoa. Okay. Wow. Okay. All right, guys. Have a good night. We'll see you Tuesday then. I mean, I might end up seeing you tomorrow too, but I'll for sure see you Tuesday morning. Oh, I have a fun idea for a live. I was gonna do it today for like a fun, like, oh, it's Easter, but I didn't have it ready. I was gonna do like celebrity mugshots, and then you could go through like what do you call it? Like their charges too a little bit. Not like a in-depth where I'm gonna find every one of their charges, but like from the mugshot with the charges. Just like kind of a fun live, and it's still true crime. Yeah, I could do celebrities, like musicians, which celebrities would be musicians too, but you could specify just do musicians. Or there's funny, like I could do like a fun, like crazy ones, or historical. I'm sorry, I'm reading because I put down ideas. I have a document I just started for video ideas. So either celebrities, or I could specify do musicians, just musicians. I have also idea like I put like favorite or funny ones. I could do them all separate. It could be like maybe a little series, and then historical ones. I don't know. I just thought it would be kind of interesting. What do you guys think? Yeah, I know. I was like, should I do it as members? But then it's like I don't want people to miss out because that could be fun. But then I do need to do some member stuff, and there are a lot of members. So I don't know. Maybe I'll do members first, and then I don't know how I'll do it. Maybe mix it up. But yeah, fun, huh? I thought. All right, cool. Like I said, I was gonna do it today, but I didn't have it ready. So I'll do it like this week, maybe. Something different. All right, guys. Bye.